You may already have noticed on the scoreboard that we're having an extra 6 overs today that help to make up some of the time that has been lost. As a result, the intervals will be at slightly different times. Lunch today will be taken at 12:40, tea at 3:30, provided there are only 32 overs remaining, and the scheduled close of play for the day is now at 5:55, weather and overrate permitting.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Incora County Ground for day 3 of Derbyshire against Durham. Durham will begin the day on 222 for 9, trailing by 84. Just to mark your card about the timings, if you need to dash off and do anything, we've got 102 overs today, don't ask. Lunch will be from 12:40 till 1:20. Tea will be at 3:30 until 3:50, and the nominal close of play will be 5:55. Of course, it won't be, because it never is. I'm just going to update listeners to Radio Derby. Good morning, Ian. Yeah, glorious sunshine here at the moment, and fingers crossed that we get a full day's play. 102 overs today, 12:40 lunch, 3:30 tea, 5:55 finish, although it won't be because we never finish on time. Durham will begin the day on 222 for 9. That's a Derbyshire lead of 84 runs, so Derbyshire will be looking to knock over this last pair. Chris Rushworth out there as well, along with Gibson. They'll be Oliver Gibson. They'll be looking to get rid of them as quickly as possible and then build a big lead. That will be the plan. Whether it works out remains to be seen. The umpires are on their way out to the middle along with the players, and we get underway very shortly. Right, we can get on with the rest of the day now. Looks like it's going to be Ben Aitchison to open the bowling. I'm Dave Fletcher alongside me, Martin Emerson in his long trousers.
Yeah, coming off the long run up today. I just got a little bit cold yesterday afternoon, Dave.
Did you?
You know,
Yeah.
I just thought, gone a long trouser route today. I might be regretting it later on. You know,
I don't think you will, actually.
probably not. No.
It's me who'll be regretting the shorts, I think. Yes.
Thomas Tuchel's been sacked
Yes,
this morning
bizarre.
by Chelsea.
Absolutely bizarre. So when you're thinking your club's not doing very well, if you haven't qualified for the Champions League and you don't get to major cup finals and you still sack your manager, just think on.
And Alex Hales is in the World T20 squad for
Yes. Well, that was sort of flagged up by whoever that bloke is who's in charge of cricket now.
Which one?
The one from Kent. He used to work for Sky.
Rob holds the
That's
key.
him. That's him. He mentioned it last week, suggested that he'd served more than a lengthy enough punishment.
Well, how long has he been out in the wilderness for? 2019?
Whenever that Bristol nonsense happened. He's not played since then, has he?
Well, that was the Ben Stokes saga, wasn't it?
He was involved in all that. Apparently. I don't really want to go down that route. I saw the box today delivered to the match
I
referee.
think there's been 2 boxes.
Well, there was a second box brought out and he said he didn't need it.
Right.
Yeah.
Happy with box 1.
Box 1 was the right size, apparently. Aitchison, Ian and Bolt. This could be a very short session.
Was Noel Edmonds involved?
Yes. Oliver Gibson's on strike. He defends that out to the offside. Of course, once the wicket falls today, we'll have a 10-minute break. I could do with one, actually, to be fair.
Late night last night, was it?
No, not at all. Not at all. What's the goal show?
The what show?
The Champions League goal show.
All right.
There's Aitchison again, balls. That's pushed out into the offside once again, fielded by Harry Kane.
Well, I got back to the hotel at about 10 to 8 and basically watched the highlights of the Tour of Britain yesterday into Sunderland.
As you would.
And I couldn't believe just I couldn't believe just how bad the roads were. This absolute monsoon came in. And speaking to my wife this morning, the kids' clothes are still drip drying in the conservatory. So
put the heating on. This one is pushed out into the offside. There's no run.
Today they're going through the North York Moors, and it's 10 years ago this week that I got my new bike and decided to cycle from Osmotherley to Thirsk, not realising what I was taking on. And my legs went like jelly after I took the wrong road out of Hornby up the side of this really steep valley.
And Hornby's only a little toy village,
I
isn't
know,
it?
yeah.
You'd have been quite tall there.
Yeah.
This next one is a short delivery from Aitchison that bounces a long way over Gibson's head.
So I ran out of energy and it was starting to come in dark, so I had to push my bike up the hill out of Hornby. And then I was coming down sort of side of Sutton Bank, you know, where the White Horse is around there.
Yes,
I was coming down the little lanes around there and it got dark and I thought, I haven't got any lights on my bike. And then this car came round the corner, headlights on, and I thought, oh, at last I've seen a human, and it was my wife. She'd set off to come and find me in the middle of the countryside because she got concerned.
Unsurprisingly.
Yeah.
Madman on the loose.
Yes.
No sadder sight than somebody in Lycra pushing a bike. This next one is a flash, and he misses it. Outside the off stump, Gibson went for it hard, went through to Guest.
It's beautiful up there, though.
Well, it isn't the daylight.
Yeah. It's a bit scary in the dark. I try to stick to the roads in the dark and not go over the moors. But yeah, I love the North Yorkshire moors. Some cracking mountain biking routes over the top there, and all the old drovers roads and whatnot.
3 slips, Aitchison bowls. That takes an inside edge onto the pad and loops into the offside. And it's the end of the first over of the day, which was a maiden bowled by Ben Aitchison, and Durham remain on 222 for 9. Neither Rushworth nor Gibson have a run to their name.
The Cleveland Way goes over the top of there, so it's quite a popular walking route. You can also mountain bike right along from Sutton Bank all the way up to Carlton and the top end, which is where the race will go up today. But some incredible scenery up there. And when you're on that ridge line and you're looking west towards the Pennines, just the whole of Yorkshire and Lancashire's out there in front of you on a clear day. And you can see all the way, right the way down to Lincolnshire as well. Fabulous views. Not that you'll have walked up there, I wouldn't imagine.
There's some nice tea shops for those cyclists as well.
Connors bowling to Rushworth. Rushworth plays the ball out into the covers. This is the second ball he's faced. He came out last night, faced one ball, and then they went off a bad light. So they lost 5 overs last night. In all, they've lost 13 overs now in this game, and that is, in my reckoning, compared to some summers, Durham have done really well this year. They've only lost 249 overs.
We lost 21 yesterday.
Well, not according to the scorer who I've just spoken to, who said all in all 13 overs have been lost in the game so far because they're claiming some back a day because it's 102 over day.
Ah, right. So, yeah, so you're taking away from 21 the overs we're going to get today, which we haven't had yet.
No. So by the time we've lost some of those...
Sort of creative accounting. And
Yeah,
really
yeah.
that. We've lost 21 overs.
But they're
so
trying
far.
to claim some back today.
But the nominal finish at 5:55.
Which will be about 20 to 7.
Absolutely. And 102 overs, not 104, because some of the overs we lost were after the close of play.
Right. It's all straightforward, isn't it?
It's absolute lunacy.
In comes the bowler. Oh, it's a leading edge. Doesn't quite carry to Rees at mid-on. And a little life there for Rushworth off Connors. A bit of a false shot. I think the simple way to do is get rid of all of this 4-day stuff, all these where can you claim overs and not, and just play 100 balls.
Yeah, that would
get
work.
Get loads of disco lights around the ground. Set the stage up and get a band on.
We don't need a band, you just need one person playing some music off a computer.
Yeah. Oh, thick edge from Rushworth. That races down towards third man, which is actually occupied.
Yeah.
The pub's reopened. The occupied third man.
Mark Watt down there.
Yeah, it's early in the day to have somebody at third man. Brings Gibson on strike. Durham 223 for 9. Now trailed by 83. Very surreal moment this morning, Dave. Spooky.
Yeah.
Very, very spooky moment this morning.
Excellent.
As Connors comes in and bowls. Oh, and they're playing a miss. And that he was fishing way outside of off stump there,
That's
wasn't
a
he?
terrible shot.
Looked like he was casting a sea rod there. Hoping to land a cod. Went down for breakfast this morning, and then booming out of the speakers from the ether, the voice of David Griffin.
No.
And I was like, I haven't touched my phone. It's not me. It's not me. What's this? So I got up and I thought, where's that sound coming from? As Connors comes in, racecourse end, that's in the air, and that is out. That's a really poor shot from Gibson. He's just lofted it straight to Godalman. Gone, and Durham all out for 223, and they trail by 83. Not a very good innings from them. They really didn't apply themselves well after tea yesterday, so they'd lost yesterday 5 for 26, I think it was, so they've now lost 6 for 27.
Sam Connors 4 for 55. Decent figures for him.
Gibson got a 12-ball duck there, did he?
Yes, he did. Chris Rushworth finishes on 1. Now, you're more than welcome to speak for 10 minutes.
Yeah, well, basically, I thought,
'Cause I'm going.
where is the voice of Griffin coming from? So I walked around the corner, and there was somebody sitting in the corner of the restaurant, the hotel, watching his morning video. So that was quite surreal. Yes, 10 minutes. There you go. We'll be back in a few minutes.
We will.
Welcome again to our umpires, Hassan Adnan and Nick Cook. The Durham team led by their captain, Scott Borthwick. Derbyshire's opening batters, Lewis Rees, who will take strike, and Billy Godwin.
Well. We're back again, mainly because the players have come out. The sun's still shining here at the county ground in Derby, and Lewis Rees is going to take strike, and Chris Rushworth is going to bowl the first over, with Derbyshire leading already by 83. We're going through a few scenarios with the gentlemen of the Her Majesty's Press. There aren't many of them in there, to be fair. I think for Derbyshire to win this game, Durham have to be batting again today at some point. Forecast for tomorrow is not good. But we shall see. We shall see. They've got 3 slips in place of Durham, Sean Dixon, Scott Borthwick and Nick Maddinson. Here is Rushworth's first delivery, and Rees defends it. He's bowling from the city end here at the county ground. Point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There must be a long leg. There he is. Away to our right-hand side, it's Michael Jones. Over 8 -1. Can't afford to lose any more points. Rushworth is in again, and that is, well, he bails out of a hook shot there. Rees from short delivery from Rushworth. There were 223 all out. They lost their last 6 wickets for 27 runs. Is that right, Martin? 6 for 27, yeah. I thought so. No, I wasn't trying to force you into speaking out loud.
All went Pete Tong after tea yesterday.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? Well, 70 without loss. Here comes Rushworth and bowls, and that one is pulled by Lewis Rees. He's only going to get a single down to Jones at long leg. And Derbyshire up and running in their second innings. Yes, 79 without loss at one point. There were 79 without loss at lunch. Then Sean Dixon went. Scott Borthwick followed, then Nick Maddinson after the bat incident. And they eventually, from 196 for 4 with 223 all out. Very Derbyshire of 2016 and indeed 2021. That Durham innings. As Godleman now waits for Rushworth around the wicket to bowl. Chipman, he's beaten. That one goes through to the keeper. Rushworth gives him a stare. Quite right too. Graham Potter, Maurizio Pochettino and Zinedine Zidane are the 3 names in the frame for the Chelsea job. So Zinedine Zidane it is. Graham Potter with his job for life at Brighton. Will he want to go to Chelsea where he's likely to get sacked before the end of the season? His next delivery is pushed into the offside by Godleman.
Great to be good enough to be sacked to get that kind of money, wouldn't it? Knowing that in a few months' time you're going to walk into another job where you can get sacked and learn a lot more.
Yes, no, it is. It is a strange old business, isn't it? Football management. Very strange business.
Just to have the opportunity to be that good, to be that bad, to earn that kind of money.
I don't think Thomas Tuchel will have too much problems finding another job either. Comes Rushworth and bowls to Godwin, who's beaten again. 2 really good deliveries. The heavy roller has been on, of course, so this pitch will have been deadened slightly. Might come to life in about 40 minutes' time.
Yeah. Who did he lose to last night? Chelsea was at Zagreb or something?
Dinamo Zagreb in the Champions League. I think it was Dinamo. There is only one Zagreb team, isn't it? Well, there probably is more than one Zagreb side, but it is Dinamo, I think, who were in the Champions League. Lost by a goal. Tuchel came out and said, well, we're hopeless at the moment. I think that's a good thing for any manager to say. Normally back your players, but he hasn't backed
That was
them.
like David Moyes after spending about 45, 50 million pounds a few summers ago. 2 matches in, he said Sunderland were in a relegation scrap. That went down well.
Whatever happened to him?
And then after they got relegated, he just packed in and walked away. What's going on there?
I've no idea. Nigel's just brought 4 chocolate digestives. That's very kind of on a plate.
Hello? Is it Sunday?
I might take the plate.
Rain bowling here, and that one whacks into the box area of Reese. 4 chocolate digestives.
Beautifully split into 2 twos.
Very nice.
To make sure we know exactly how many we're allowed there and make the
Yeah.
math simple.
I think we need to do something here.
We're going to do something clever.
Artistic, yeah.
Excellent. I'm looking forward to this. I'll have to follow you on Twitter, though, first.
I thought you did.
I do.
Here's Rain. Played off towards square leg by Reese for 1.
Once he's worked out where the camera is on his phone, he'll be laughing.
Yeah.
There we go. Do you want me to move this a bit?
No, it's okay. I've
All
worked it
right.
out. I've worked it out.
Oh, hello. Don't get your thumb in.
Oh, that's difficult. Oh, they've moved.
Well, here. We got
Yeah,
it.
I've got it.
We got it. Excellent.
But now the 4 biscuits are on my side of the table. They may as well stay over here.
Yeah, you can have them. You look like you need them more than me.
Rain from the race course end. Good ball. Just angles it across the batsman. Godalman, who plays and misses.
Well, it's about the 4th play and miss Billy Godwin's had, and he's faced 4 deliveries now. As an opening batsman, it probably won't bother him too much. I don't think anything bothers Billy, really.
You know what?
He doesn't care.
He doesn't care.
He doesn't care at all. He's not been in long enough for me to say that too many times this season.
Rain balls. Ooh, thought he'd gone that time. He was
He's trying, isn't
lured
he?
in, wasn't he?
He's trying.
He's trying to. He's found the key, and the door's slightly open, and he's edging his way into the corridor of uncertainty.
But if the door's open, he doesn't need the key, doesn't he?
No, well, he's got the key, and he's opened the door. He opened the door with the key.
Oh, he opened it initially,
yeah,
did he?
Yeah. It's all part of a moving action. From the verb to do.
Very good.
How far down is he going to go? Oh, he's
Hello.
defended this one. Bang on the money.
Where? Middle of the bat.
Yeah. In comes in the bowler, and that one's left alone. Gone through to the keeper. Into the over.
Two relatively eventful overs, mainly with when Godalman's been on strike. Lewis Reese has got a couple of runs. Derbyshire's lead up to 85. High-powered meeting taking place in a room behind us. The chief exec's in there, and
Lots of chief execs.
no, just the Derbyshire one.
All right.
Marketing people and communications people. No idea what it's about. I doubt it's about the new toilets. There's Rushworth from the city end bowling to Lewis Reese with 2 slips, and Reese allows that one to go through to wicketkeeper McIntosh. And there is no run. Nobody who's been listening to us over the previous couple of days will be surprised to see that Hampshire has been delayed by rain.
That's it. Do you know what I'm starting to think?
Go on.
It's too far south.
Yes. Yeah, they're due to start soon.
When? October?
11:15 apparently. In comes Rushworth again. That's edged and taken. Brilliant catch by McIntosh down to his left, not out. What did it come off then?
What on earth?
It either didn't come off the bat or he hasn't taken it cleanly, but I thought he had. That was a brilliant take. It must have come off a pad. Or just come off the pitch. And if it's just come off the pitch, it's moved a mile. Over to you, Martin, on the...
I'm just watching it now.
Yeah. I was convinced he...
Thigh pad, maybe?
Was it? Yeah, it was a brilliant take by McIntosh. It's a dot ball, as it turns out. Low, down to his left, just next to the right foot of Sean Dixon at first slip. As Rushworth's in again, and this time he goes past the edge of Lewis Reese's bat. The ball goes through to McIntosh in a fairly conventional manner on this occasion. Yeah, so delay at Southampton. It may not be. They might just have put that in as due to force of habit. They are playing in both of the other games in the second division, when Leicestershire need another 470 to beat. They're not going to get them to beat Notts. They're 29 without loss. Glamorgan are 131 for 2, trailing Worcestershire by 323. Here's Rushworth in around the wicket. And that one's turned one-handed down towards long leg by Rees for his third run, and Derbyshire's third run as well. They lead by 86, I beg your pardon, at 3 without loss.
There's an email here from Andrew Tempest from last night.
Morning, Andrew. Evening, Andrew.
Entitled Beanie.
Beanie?
So my original thought was beanie hats.
Yeah.
But what else could it be, do you reckon?
Coffee beans?
No.
Rushworth around the wicket, in and bowls to Godman, who turns it into the leg side, where it's fielded by... That's Maddinson, isn't it?
You know, when we were talking about hideous things you could buy from fast food outlets yesterday, like a fish and chips in a...
Oh, yeah.
What was it, Insider?
It was a fish and chip calzone, wasn't it?
Yeah, so fish and chips in a pizza, basically, in a folded pizza. So Andrew says, I used to like a beanie from the Chippy off Newcastle Road.
What does a beanie involve?
Yeah.
Rushworth's in again, bowls to Billy Godalman, who plays it with his pad.
It was basically like...
End of the over 3 without loss.
A sort of giant Scotch egg full of baked beans instead of...
Oh.
So deep fried, probably.
So sausage meat surrounding beans.
I don't know if there was sausage meat involved, but it came in like...
Well, which bit of it's like a Scotch egg then? Because if there's no egg or sausage meat, it's nothing like a Scotch.
It must have been a Scotch, just like a Scotch egg with beans in it, yeah. But it was bigger, you know, and it was more like a patty sort of shape, you know. Hideous stuff. I mean, that's
it'll all dribble down your chin.
That's heartburn in one bite, isn't it? Really.
Well, you know, it'll all dribble down your chin once you bit into it.
Get all over your beard.
Yeah.
Be a nightmare. Rain in. This one pops slightly. It's gone off towards.
I'd end up looking like one of those men who smoke 50 a day when they've got a white beard, but they've got sort of orange bits where the tobacco has stained it. You don't see that very often these days, do you?
I remember a woman on doing an interview on 5 Live a few years ago, and she was writing a book, and she decided to join a dating agency, and it was all about what sort of characters would turn up, and it was so funny listening to the stories. But one guy turned up with baked beans in his hair. Playing a miss here from Reese. Good line from Rain, and she didn't dare ask, why have you got baked beans in here? It could have been that he'd been sitting in a bath of beans for charity.
Yes, yeah.
But she thought it was a little bit obscure.
Slightly more sinister than that.
Yeah.
The fact that he couldn't find his mouth anymore.
Yeah.
You got an 11 o'clock?
Yeah, I have. I was just thinking of beans. And
Did you have beans this morning with your breakfast?
No, I didn't. I just kept it very light this morning. Because lunch is so early these days, isn't it?
It is quite early, yeah. Yeah, it is. Ben Rain from the racecourse end bowls to Lewis Rees, who turns it into the leg side. There is no run. More bean talk when we finished our updates at 11 o'clock, I'm sure. If anybody's got any bean anecdotes, you know how to get in touch. There's a very posh car just arrived. In the car park away to our left-hand side. I don't know what sort it was, but it looked quite sporty. Very nice. Can't have been anybody who works here because they've got their own car park spaces. A slightly less impressive car follows it. Here's Rain. In again and bowls wide of the off stump, and it's let go by Lewis Rees, and it goes through to the keeper. So you know the scores of the games and what's happening in the wilderness of the second division. Somerset are 227 for 9 now, trailing Gloucestershire by 116 at Taunton. Yorkshire 157 for 5. Lancashire have a lead of 119 in the Roses match at Old Trafford. And Kent 87 for 4, trailing Essex by 486 at Canterbury. As Rain is in, and that beats Lewis Rees once again. He just stands and stares down the track accusingly. So 3 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep backward square leg rather than a long leg. It is a deep backward square leg. He's right in front of the club shop. The men out there in the deep, so quite square. And Rain is on his way in again. 44 on his back. Bowls to Rees, who just managed to shuffle this one into the leg side. They've run one. They'll come back for a second as Maddinson gets there. Rees moves to 5, and Derbyshire 5 without loss, leading by 88. Derbyshire are batting in their second innings now, Sally, because they dismissed Durham for 223, the addition of just 1 run this morning. Oliver Gibson out for a duck. Chris Rushworth finished on 1 not out, and Derbyshire openers have survived so far. Lots of playing and missing. Lewis Rees has all the runs scored so far. He's got 5. Billy Godwin yet to get off the mark, and Derbyshire 5 without loss in their second innings, leading by 88. That next delivery goes past the outside edge. And through to the keeper. Rushworth turns at the top of his mark. He's bowling from the city end here at Derby, and that one is clipped away by Godalman for his first runs of the second innings. Jones does the fielding down at long leg. Derbyshire move on to 6 without loss. We're in the 5th over. Lots of reasonably white, fluffy clouds up above. They're just obscuring the sun for the moment, but I can see plenty of blue sky. I can hear an aircraft as well, but I can't see it. It's up there somewhere. Well, you'd hope it was up there somewhere, wouldn't you? Oh, I can see it now. There it is. Moving to the west, and that one is a short ball from Rushworth that's pulled away by Lewis Rees for the first boundary of the Derbyshire second innings, all the way along the floor out towards the groundsman's quarters, away to our right-hand side. Nice shot from Rees, who moves on to 9, and Derbyshire up to 10 without loss, leading by 93. These two have both struggled to varying degrees in the championship this season with the bat. Billy Godalman with 228 runs this season now. Lewis Rees has got 411. And he waits now for Rushworth to come in and bowl to him, and he just dabs it out into the offside. And there's no run. In the first innings, there were 6 for 2 Derbyshire. Godwin making 2, Rees making 4. So partnership better than that already. Just a little conference there, and the slips all walked forward, and they've all gone back into place. Now Paul Coughlan's at 3rd slip. Scott Borthwick at second and Sean Dixon at first, alongside Tom McIntosh, the wicket-keeper, as Rushworth bowls, and that one is along the ground, into the ground, very close to the bat, down towards the vacant third-man area, and over the boundary for 4 more to Lewis Rees, who moves into double figures. He's on to 13, and Derbyshire are 14 without loss. A very deliberately played shot by Lewis Rees. The lead was up to 97. Paul Coghlan practices his bowling action. Rees waits as Rushworth is past the umpire now, and he pulls this one into the leg side. Jones is there, stops it, but doesn't field it cleanly, keeps them down to a single. Well, that was hit very hard by Lewis Rees. Rushworth just down on his haunches and walking a little gingerly. Gets a pat on the back from Lewis Rees, who's moved on to 14. Derbyshire 15 without loss after 5 overs, leading by 98. Rushworth, I think he's going off, you know. He is. The 12th man has trotted on. I assume that's Drizzle, the player, rather than the weather feature. Chris Rushworth is on his way. He went down on his hands on his knees when he bowled that final delivery. He didn't look 100%. He got a pat on the back from Lewis Rees, and he's just made his way over the boundary's edge now. So Chris Rushworth off. Here comes Ben Rain from the racecourse end, bowling to Lewis Rees, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump. It goes through to the keeper. And there's no run. Seventh of September already. Who'd have thought? It's flying by. Just 8 days of cricket for Derbyshire after today. No, 9 days after today. I'll get it right in a minute. Rain bowls and Rees just dabs at the backward point. And there's no run. So the final day here tomorrow. 4 days at Cardiff, starting the week after next, and then back here to face Leicestershire in the final round of matches. The Glamorgan game starts on the 20th of September, and the Leicestershire game on the 26th. So the final day of the campaign nominally will be the 29th of September. We're trying to put the Christmas decorations up. Rain in again. Ball strikes the pad of Lewis Rees. It's a half-hearted appeal. Rain realised he wasn't going to get anywhere with that, so stopped it quite early. So we can assume that Nottinghamshire are going to go on and win the second division title. They've got the first wicket as well. Leicestershire 46 for 1. All eyes on here and Sophia Gardens, Glamorgan battling for one of the top 2 spots as Rain's next delivery is defended by Rees out into the onside. That game has got every chance of finishing as a draw. We're into day 3 and we're only in the second innings of the match, whereas here we're into the third innings now. Derbyshire really do need 3 victories, you would have thought, if they're going to stand a chance of finishing in the top 2 and overhauling Glamorgan and Middlesex. As Rain goes in and bowls to Rees, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump. It didn't bounce very much, it's fair to say. By Hassan Adnan now at the racecourse end, of course. The umpires have changed ends at the midway point of the match earlier on today. Martin will be back soon. Appears to be on the phone at the moment next door. He'll have to come back. He hasn't tweeted for 10 minutes. Here's Rain again. in and bowls to Rees. Ooh, almost chips it straight back to Rain. It actually landed about 1.5 feet in front of him. And that completes the over. A fairly decent over at that from Ben Rain. It was his third and was a maiden. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 3 to Ben Rain. And we're not going to see a change in bowling now because they're forced to make a change in bowling because Chris Rushworth has left the field, which is a bit of a blow. Looks like Oliver Gibson to me, the untutored eye.
Coming on to bowl at the City end, Ollie Gibson.
There we go. The only man to be out today so far, dismissed for a 12-ball duck when he was caught by Billy Godleman off the bowling of Sam Cunners, who finished with 4 for 55. Bowled nicely. After a disappointing start to yesterday, as I say, they got to 79 without loss at lunch, Durham. If Derbyshire gets somewhere close to that, they'll have a lead of 150, 160, that kind of region. Gibson's got 3 slips. Similar kind of feel to Rushworth, mid-wicket, long leg, quite square. Gibson's bowling to Billy Godleman, who goes back into his crease and turns it up to mid-off. No, mid-on. Where it's fielded by Nick Maddinson with the ponytail sticking out the back of his cap. It is tied up in a sort of man bun style, I believe they're called. What would I know? Next delivery is through to the keeper. Well spotted, Ed. Missing word from a message. Quite a crucial missing word as well. Apologies for that. As Gibson is in again, and Godleman drives it out to the offside, but straight to the man at cover. There's no run. So 15 without loss, 14 of those to Rees. Godleman has the other one. The lead is 98. And Chris Rushworth is off the field. Gibson on his way in. Godleman waits and leaves alone outside the off stump. Good pace from young Ollie Gibson. Really good pace. It smacks into the gloves of Tom McIntosh. Liam Travaskis just doing some twisting exercises at point. Gibson's in again. Godleman leaves alone once more and it goes through to McIntosh. Rushworth didn't look great.
Yeah. He pulled up at one point, didn't he?
He went down on his hands on his knees at the end of the over. He got a tap on the back from Lewis Rees and off he went. That was it.
He was. There was a match a few weeks ago in the One Day Cup where he wasn't very well and actually left the field to be sick. So.
Gibson's in again and bowls to Godleman, who drives but straight to Travaskis at backward point. End of the over and successive maidens bowled by Durham. Derbyshire remained 15 without loss. Rees has 14 and Godleman has 1.
So many overs has he bowled? 3.
Yes. Beat Godleman's bat several times. You wouldn't expect to see him anytime soon, which is a bit of a blow for Durham.
I just saw him with his hands on his knees at one point, but then I had to do my update. Do you think he was injured, or do you think he looked ill?
He wasn't limping.
No.
I'm not a doctor.
No. Rain in from the racecourse end. This is turned by Reese to square leg for 1 run. Drizel comes and fields it.
I think he was walking slightly gingerly, actually.
Yeah.
I think I've said that in commentary. But, yeah, it's difficult to tell, isn't it? He definitely got a pat on the back from Lewis Reese. It seemed slightly strange. Presumably, he'd already said to the umpire, "I'm going to go off after this delivery." Reese was at the non-striker's end.
I've done my usual, Dave.
What have you left?
Binoculars in my case. Do it every day. Rain in. That's left wide of off stump. Paul Wilson's email. He says, "Hi, Marty and his co-pilot." Ooh, you might take offence at that, given this is your home game.
I don't care.
Hi, Dave and co-pilot Marty. Greetings from a fairly sunny and warm Costerdale, Hartlepool. Got you guys on in the background while I sort out various things following my sad news yesterday. Keep up the excellent work, he says. In our thoughts, Paul. Mervyn Hardy is emailed. Rain comes running in, running away from us, in past the umpire and balls, defended by Godalming. Mervyn says if Alex Hales can find it within himself to stick to cricket and let his bat do the talking, he and England may prosper. News today that Alex Hales is in the England T20 World Cup squad.
So presumably he's the Bairstow replacement. After the golf, he'd be banned from golf, presumably.
I was just thinking if they get rid of a few rounds of the county championship, it gives the lads more chance to get on the golf course, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Rain comes in and bowls. Defended by Godalming, goes to short mid-wicket. Drizel fields. I haven't got anything against golf. I used to play a lot of it until my back went. I still consider them a fairly newish set of clubs that have hardly been used, really. They're covered in rust, probably, now, in the garage.
I've got some sticks, but I can't play.
I think the last time I played it was with Anthony Gibson, the Somerset commentator. We played at Burnham-on-Sea in the sand dunes on the course there on the Severn Estuary. That would have been August 2016.
Hacking it round.
Yeah, I didn't do very well that day. Rain in. That's gone through to the keeper. It's one of those games where you really do need to keep playing to keep your eye in. And I mean, I used to play and slice the ball into the trees as good as anybody else. And then I eventually had some lessons, and then it all starts to make sense when you've had a few lessons. And then you gradually bring your score down. You get under 100, then you get under 90. I've had the occasional round of about 6 or 7 over, 2 or 3 times. And on those days where everything you hit goes right, it's a wonderful game, and then the next time you get the clubs out the bag, you're putting it all back in the trees again. You can't understand why. It can be the most annoying game.
Yeah.
16 for none. Round the wicket comes Rain, turned away by Godalming off towards mid-wicket. Drizel dives down and stops at 1 run.
You should have signed for that live tour.
Yeah. There's a phrase I always used to... Whenever I shanked one, or missed a putt, the biggest distance in golf is between the ears, was the phrase I always used to...
Did you shout that?
Yes.
It's a strange catchphrase, but...
Yeah. It's a good one, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
You could change that to the biggest distance in sport is between the ears.
Yeah, no, you could. You could. Although Taunton to Durham the other week seemed quite a big distance in sport to me. It's slightly bigger than the distance between the ears. Well, not between my ears and your ears.
No.
It's about the same distance.
Well, that was a weird one that I did. I came back from Taunton, so I left Taunton about 7:30 on a Wednesday night, I think it was, after a one-day cup game. So I booked into a hotel on the junction of the A38 and the M1 up here, at Mansfield, near MacArthur Glen.
You like it there, don't you? There's Gibson in a bowls to Godalming, who smashes this into the ground, and it's fielded by Travaskis at backward point.
Well, I normally, if I'm coming back up the country and I know I'm not going to get all the way home and I want to stop, I normally stop at this other junction, is it the A50 from Derby to Nottingham? Where it crosses the M1?
38, isn't it? I don't know.
Not this road here that goes to Nottingham.
Oh,
A52, I can't remember.
52, that's
Yeah,
the one.
right.
Yeah.
So where that crosses the M1, there's 2 or 3 hotels around that area.
Right,
So
nice.
that's a handy stop-off
Right.
point.
Gives balls. Godwin goes back into his stumps and pushes it out into the offside.
So anyway, I tried to book into 3 hotels there, and they were all full. So I then thought, right, I'll go a little bit further up, try the Mansfield Junction. And when I walked in, there's all these lads in Durham kit. And I thought, what's going
Probably
on
the
here?
Durham team then, was it?
Well, it wasn't, no. It was the Durham under-16s. They were playing Derbyshire the next day at Belper. But of all the hotels in all the towns, I walked into that one, and there they were.
Their hearts probably sank as well.
Yeah.
I would have thought.
They lost by 3 wickets.
You didn't stay to go and watch them.
No.
Gives some balls, a full delivery. Godwin manages to get bat on it as he jams it down into the crease, and he's going to get 4 runs for it out to the point boundary. His first boundary of the innings, it was a very full delivery from Gibson. Godwin moves to 6. Derbyshire to 21 without loss. The lead is 104.
Yeah, the reason I had to get back up as far north is because the next day needed to be home because Durham were then playing Gloucestershire at home on the Friday, having been in Somerset on the Wednesday, because that was really good planning.
Yeah. Yeah. Anybody think it was the schedule that was the problem? This one is cut away by Godalming and fielded nicely by Travaskis, a backward point. Again, he hits the ball very hard on the offside, Billy Godalming. On this occasion, straight to the fielder, as the ball before last as well. Very windy. It's as windy today as it has been in the entirety of this game.
I would go as far to say a good drying day, though.
Oh, I think so. This next delivery from Gibson's left alone outside the off stump.
Sun's out, breezy.
There's not much washing in the flats.
No, is there not?
No, you usually get a bit of one on the ground floor. Looks like a blue towel.
Yeah, yeah.
That's about it, really.
And then on the second floor along, there are 2 chairs that match the blue towel. Same colour, can you see them?
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly the same
Floral
colour. Yeah.
to the left. And comes Gibson again, and that one's pushed on the back foot out into the offside. And it's another dot ball to end the over. So 4 runs from it, 2 overs for 4. Ollie Gibson, Ben Rains bowled 4 overs for 5. And Derbyshire at 21 without loss. Rees has 15, Godalming has 6. And they lead by 104. We're going to see Paul Coghlan, I think, for the first time this morning from the racecourse end. Certainly Ben Rains kept his hat on. There are only 3 biscuits on that plate now, and I didn't see one being removed, so that's a terrific effort. The evidence is a chewing Martin on his way back. I just looked down to see there were only 3 biscuits, and I thought I didn't see one disappear. There was chocolate on his finger and a mouthful of bread, digestive crumbs. Excellent work. There is a whole box of biscuits in the... I assume that Nigel must have paid for these himself, the way he presented them to us and delivered them. It's Nigel Gardner from the ECB Reporters Network. And it is going to be Paul Coghlan.
Here he comes, right arm over. Oh, nearly a wicket first ball. It was an edge. It just didn't quite carry to Scott Borthwick's second slip. I have been
covered in chocolate.
Wrongly accused.
Have you of what? Not by me.
On a live national newspaper cricket blog of stealing biscuits in the past when I was completely innocent.
Well, you can't steal these because they were delivered to us. I assume they're for us.
Coghlan in. This is defended by Rees. Yeah. The other issue about the day I was wrongly named by a man who is now one of our BBC cricket commentating colleagues, was writing a live blog for The Guardian and described this incident of Biscuit Gate, where these lovely handmade shortbread biscuits were delivered to the press box at Durham.
How do you know they were lovely?
Because that's what it said in the piece. This is a leave outside the off stump. And 1 minute they were there, and then the next minute they'd gone.
I think that's how it works, isn't it, with food?
But he said a rather rotund
Ooh.
local radio commentator, while wiping crumbs off his chin, denied any knowledge of their disappearance. And I literally had no idea of the existence of
Did
these
he name
biscuits.
you, or did you just assume you were the rotund radio commentator?
Well, it was inferred it was me. Although obviously rotund's not quite right. This is a leave as well off.
Kevin Howells with you?
No. It was basically, it was written and it was me. I mean, you know, in a court of law, it would have stood up. Anyway, I had absolutely no idea what they were on about. It transpired the chef had come round with these biscuits that he was quite proud of as a treat for the press box. As Coughlin comes in and bowls. That's beyond the off stump and through the keeper. And then when he came back later to deliver lunch, he noticed the biscuits hadn't been touched and thought, they obviously don't want them, so he took them away again. And they went back to the members' lounge or whatever. So not only did I not taste one of these lovely biscuits, but I wasn't involved in the stealing of them either. It's the little things that end up controversial, you know.
Yeah. You don't court it, though, do you? Controversy.
Not like you. Coughlin bowls this one, and it's gone through the batsman and into the keeper's gloves, end of the over.
I don't court controversy.
Do you know?
I don't think so. I don't remember the last time I was controversial.
No. What time is it?
I've got an update in 3 or 4 minutes. Tears for Fears.
What about them?
They're on in my ears at the
I
moment.
saw them a few weeks ago in Newcastle. Good gig. They were meant to play here a few days later, weren't they? But they had to call it off.
Yeah, they called it off. Here's Oliver Gibson bowling from the city end of Billy Godalman, and Godalman drives it out into the offside. It's got in between the two fielders there, Travaskis and Bushnell, and they're going to come back for 2 as Bushnell reaches the ball first and hooks it back for Travaskis. Godalman moves on to 8, 23 without loss, 106 the lead. The clouds are coming from the sort of southwest. Moving quicker than they have done as well, which is always a good sign. I think it means that if there is a shower, it'll pass through quite quickly. Forecast for showers around 2 to 3 o'clock, but who knows? Gibson bowls and Godalman just turns that into the leg side, slightly unconvincingly. Picks up another single. He moves on to 9, 24 without loss.
If only they had millions of pounds worth of computer technology to predict the weather.
Yes. Yeah, that would work, wouldn't it? Yeah. You'd think they'd all use similar programs, wouldn't you, so that every single app wasn't completely different.
Well, 3 different apps said 3 different things yesterday, didn't they?
Yeah.
Some of the apps only tell you the weather that they know is happening.
So it gives some balls, and he's cut to... Well, he misses it, in fact. I thought he'd cut it to the keeper there. Lewis Rees went through to McIntosh, but no touch off the bat. 2 deliveries to go. I'm hoping I can get them in before Tears for Fears finish. I'm not sure if they're doing
What
the
song is
weather
it?
head over heels, that one.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah.
It's all right.
Starts with the piano, doesn't it?
They so often do. No idea. It's got the big drums in it as well. Gibson bowls, and that strikes the pad of Lewis Rees as he tries to turn it into the leg side.
Do you know where they were from?
Oxford?
No, Bath.
I knew it was somewhere obscure. I knew it wasn't a big centre of music excellence.
Yeah, like Clitheroe.
Well, you'd be surprised the band's in Clitheroe. Can't think of any, but
No. It's a cattle market.
football team.
Yeah.
Playing a very slopey pitch. Gibson's in and bowls, and that one goes past the edge. That was a quick delivery. Goes past the edge of Lewis Reese's bat. It's the end of the over. 11 gone, 24 without loss. Derbyshire leading by 107, and I'll leave you in the capable hands of Martin Emerson.
And Clitheroe are actually playing in Newcastle tonight because they're playing Heaton Stannington in an FA Cup qualifying round replay. And 2 or 3 years ago, Team Watson and RCA, they beat Clitheroe in the FA Cup down there. Gibson from the city end, bowling to Rees, right arm over. Rees chops the ball down into the ground and it bobbles off towards point, where Travaskis flicks the ball with the outstep of his left foot expertly into his left hand. No run, and that is the end of the over. 24 for none, so the lead is 107. In comes Coghlan to Godalming, and playing a miss. Quite tight on the line of the stumps as well. Ball turned down towards long leg for 1 run. This brings Rees back onto strike, so Godalming's on 9, Rees on 15. Coghlan bowling from the racecourse end here. Start of the season last year with that absolutely shaven head. Him and Ben Rain turned up at Trent Bridge and then had the shears out. Oh, that's nipped back in, and it's probably a little bit too high at the end of the day. Maybe a little bit leg side-ish, but a few appeals before they died out. Rees on strike there, just playing and missing as it hit his pad, thigh pad. Bit too high, I think. It wasn't bad on line, but it was just a little bit too high. Coghlan in again, and Rees leaves that one through to the keeper. There's 2 slips, 3 slips there. Got Dixon at first slip, Borthwick at second, Maddinson is at 3rd slip. Travaskis is at point. Got a mid-wicket, a long leg, mid on, mid off. Bushnell's in the covers. Coghlan in, and it's another leave. Angling across the line of off stump, but wide enough to just be left to go through to the keeper. BBC Radio Derby with you, BBC Radio Newcastle. Quite a few people on the balcony in the former pavilion, the members' room, as Coghlan bowls. And that hits the handle of the bat. His right hand there for the left-handed Rees. And that is the end of the over. So 12 overs gone now. The 100-run lead came after 8.3 overs of this second innings. The only run to come from that Coghlan over was the second delivery. And this brings Gibson back on to bowl now from the city end, bowling to Godalming. Right arm over, Godalming defends this one. It rolls out to Rain at mid-off. Gibson bowls. Godalming stands firm, plays it back towards the bowler. Dave is currently describing the googly to one of the presenters on the mid-morning show on Radio Derby. As Gibson comes in to bowl to Godalming. Godalming forward to that one. It squirts along the floor and it's missed at gully by Travaskis. It looked like he got down sharply enough to stop it, but it just squirted through and ended up behind him, so Godalming got a single in the end. Rees now on strike. Rees on 15, Godalming 10, and this opening stand so far worth 26. The buzzard's back. Just come flying over behind the health club at the far end of the ground.
Oh, that went well.
Gibson in. Defended by Rees on middle stump. What? It went well. You totally utterly baffled them. Or did you baffle yourself as well?
I baffled myself trying to describe a googly. I think it's very difficult to describe a googly in just words without seeing some...
I was quite interested in what you were saying, actually. In fact, I think you should repeat it on here and people can judge you.
I just had a message off my lad talking about Clitheroe. It was a very slopey pitch when one, as he said, he cleared one out of the ground and down the hill he did.
Oh, that's gone through at a rapid rate of knots, and Rees looked to pull that hard through the leg side, and he's absolutely played it fresh air there. Nearly bowled off stump.
Just kept a little bit low.
Which is that is what we've seen occasionally from the city end of the ground.
Yeah, we have. It's been happening from the start. And then last night, talking to Sam Connors, he said the pitch was starting to misbehave a little. I mean, not massively, but a little. But you'd expect it to day 3, and even more on day 4, hopefully.
Gibson once more comes in and bowls. That is pulled by Rees down towards long leg for 1. I was around Clitheroe, February half term. We stayed in a farmhouse right on the moors above Settle.
Yeah.
In fact, there was nothing near us for about 3 or 4 miles. It was so remote, but I drove over to Clitheroe one day to go up the Trough of Bowland. Have you been up there? Beautiful.
Is that a euphemism?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
It's this road that goes up through this gorge. It twists and turns. It's a bit like Cheddar Gorge, and then brings you right up onto the top of the hills. It's fantastic. Lovely area. But I've said this before, but as a kid, I always thought Clitheroe sounded like it should be a place where you had tyre factories and steel plants.
I think we've said everything before, Martin.
Yeah.
You don't have to put that at the start of any sentence that we say.
But it's actually quite a lovely little country town, isn't it?
Yeah, oh yeah. Paul Coughlin begins a new over, bowling to Lewis Rees. He leaves the first ball alone. I've just remembered that it wasn't Clitheroe where the boy kicked the ball out of the ground and down the hill. That was Bacup, which is not too far away. Bacup Boroughs football ground, which had a beautiful mural on the wall outside the ground of old players and all sorts. It was a terrific little ground. I think they're both Northwest County sides. So
I always thought that was Backup.
no, Bacup. In goes Coughlin again. That's driven very nicely by Rees out towards the extra cover boundary. It's being chased, and the ball is pulled back in brilliantly by Ben Rain. And they come back for 3. I didn't think Rain was going to get there initially. Bushnell completes the fielding by throwing the ball back. That's excellent work by Ben Rain. And Rees moves on to 19 and Derbyshire up to 30 without loss.
I've been near there.
Bacup.
Yeah, it's next to Rawtenstall.
Rawtenstall.
Yeah, our friends live in Ramsbottom. And
I know, we don't call it that.
yeah, call it Rammy.
No.
What do you
we
call it?
don't. Well, the first bit, tups, and then the second bit is another word for bottom. Here's Coughlin. Billy Godalming pulls away.
Billy Godalming cares all of a sudden about something.
No, he's got something in his eye, I think, there. Godalming.
Yeah, the East Lancs Railway goes up there.
It
So
does.
that was one of those weekends when we went to the cycling at the Velodrome in Manchester and stayed with our friends in Rammy and got the train up to Rawtenstall. And then Accrington's just a little bit further up, isn't it?
Yes. Church and places like that. Places you see in the cricket in the Lancashire League. Coughlin is in and Godalming leaves alone outside the off stump.
Well, last summer, I went with my friends Paul and Christine, and we went to watch Ramsbottom playing Todmorden
Oh, yeah, cricket.
Yeah, and that was the Lancashire
Yes,
League,
it
but
would.
Todmorden Yorkshire, isn't it?
Well, Todmorden flip-flops between the two counties depending on the boundary changes.
Right,
But
a bit
yeah,
like Earby. Earby, which is off towards just above Burnley, isn't it? Around that way. Barnoldswick.
next delivery from Coghlan is also left alone by Godwin Barlick, as they call it.
Barlick, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a nice setup down at Ramsbottom Cricket Ground's lovely. You've got this beautiful ornate pavilion, which looks like it should be in Alice Springs or somewhere like that. Gorgeous. And then you've got the football ground just over the wall. There's a big playing area at the cricket ground as well.
Oh, they've got some good grounds in the Lancashire League. One of the few leagues that resisted the ECB setup. This one is wide of the off stump from Coghlan, left alone by Godalming. One of the independent leagues. But like the Northern League, I think. The Bolton League was independent as well, but it's losing a lot of its teams at the moment. Some have already gone, some are going. Including Horwich RMA, who were mentioned in that letter I received yesterday. This next delivery is wide of the off stump again. Carl Cricken's grandfather played for Horwich, and Carl himself played. We discovered. Well, I was pretty sure that he had played at Horwich. Played as an under-14, Carl Cricken. For Horwich RMI, but it was Cliff Gladwin who also played for them, which I didn't know. I have to name check the sender as well, Peter Hewis. Thank you for that letter again. That was the end of the over incidentally at 30 without loss, 19 to Rees, 10 to Godalming, 113 the lead.
Gibson from the city end, coming in the bowl to Rees, who is on 19. And he comes, Rees turns this towards mid-wicket, no run there. There's some nice towns around that way, isn't there?
Todmorden's a strange old place because it's very, very dark, even in the height of summer.
A bit like Glossop.
Yeah.
It's sheltered by the Pennines.
Yeah.
Glossop looks like a sort of place which doesn't get much sunshine.
Glossop North End Football Club are in the Football League play where Glossop Cricket Club is.
Ball that comes in, and this is fended away one-handed by Rees to short mid-wicket. Isn't Glossop the final stop? You know, you can do that beer train up the... They do this real ale beer trail on the train. And I think you start off in... They do things like Leeds, then...
Is it the one that goes through Staley Bridge?
Yeah, Huddersfield and on that way.
Could be, could be. The Hill Woods, who owned Arsenal, were from Glossop. They were heavily involved in Derbyshire in the early days. Mill owners.
Gibson. Oh, there's a leading edge down to vacant third man for 4 from Rees. Came right off the bottom corner of the bat. Dr. Kevin Tennant says it's definitely been a summer when Durham have played only for the aesthetic of cricket. If I was intelligent enough to understand that one, I would try and explain it to you.
I think it means they're not playing for any points. Which isn't far from the truth. Sadly for them.
There's a few tweets that I'll try and catch up with here as Gibson comes in. And Rees leaves this one. Goes through to the keeper. Derek Allen and his daughter doing 20 more miles today on the coast. Their walk down to Cresswell in Northumberland. Biscuits-wise, 1 or 2 people have cottoned onto the biscuits that have been brought to us today. Craig Simpson says those biscuits have to last all day, mind, 1 per session of play and 1 during lunch. But there wouldn't be enough for both of us in that, would it? Gibson with a shortish ball pulled by Rees past square leg. Being chased by Dressel out towards the boundary on our right-hand side. 2 runs.
I've already told you, you can have mine. I don't need them.
Gareth Barker says, I used to love a beanie back in the day, but you can't get them in many places now for obvious reasons.
Well, what are the obvious? I don't even know what they
I
are.
don't know. Curry battered buns were also fantastic, but would divide opinion. Yeah, you couldn't beat a curry battered bun. But at the Chippy in Whitburn, where I used to go, you could get a halfy half, which was just absolutely sublime.
What was that?
Food of the gods. Gibsonian tries to York Reese. Reese plays it out to the covers, no run. Half the bun was dipped in mushy peas. The other half of the bun was dipped in curry sauce. They sprinkled batter on, and that was it. That was just nectar. Gorgeous.
Wow.
And occasionally, if I didn't fancy the bun, I used to just go to the Chippy and just buy a pot of mushy peas and stick some pepper in and just have them.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. I like a mushy pea.
Gareth, what was in a beanie? Come on, I can't quite remember what they were made of. I know there was baked beans, but what were they wrapped in, and what else was in there? Craig says, any ideas or thoughts on who the new coach will be? No. I gather they are going to advertise the position once the season is up.
Coghlan begins a new over from the racecourse, and Godwin, in a very extravagant manner, leaves.
I understand James Franklin wants to do other things. He's got irons in other fires and is finishing a master's degree and things like that. So it was announced on Saturday after he'd met with the board last week that he will be leaving at the end of this season.
Godwin waits as Coghlan is in once again, and again he leaves it to go through to the keeper. Chris is keeping his fingers crossed for the weather tomorrow, as his son is supposed to be playing for Chesterfield at Spondon in the Derbyshire and 19 Cup final. Good luck to both teams. He says they're one more than the other, hopefully. Yeah, excellent. The 19 Cup final at Spondon tomorrow.
Where's Spondon?
In Derbyshire. And over there, I think. His next delivery goes past the edge of Billy Godman's bat. I know where Chesterfield is.
Spondon, is it?
Yeah. Chelsea sacked Tuchel after Durham cricket fade on day 2. Can Derbyshire set up a chase of 280 and win on day 4? Who knows?
Well, next to Spondon is Ockbrook, and next to that's Borrowash, because some of the Derbyshire players play for Ockbrook and Borrowash Cricket Club.
Yeah, they do. So it's just up the road. It's not far from here. Adam News says, good to see the Chris Rushworth voodoo dolls working. In comes this next delivery from Coghlan. It's pushed out into the offside by Godalman, and there's no run.
I've tried to check about Chris. I think he's got a bit of an injury. So.
Thank you, Doctor. We don't need to know anymore, really.
Muscle injury, apparently.
That'll do in the match report at the end of the day.
That you don't write.
I won't write one. Chris Rushworth left the field with a bit of an injury.
Yeah.
In comes this next delivery. That's a good lead from Godwin. It appeared not to miss the stumps by too much.
Yeah, we were talking about Philadelphia and Sunderland yesterday, weren't we? I hadn't realised there was a California here.
Yeah, and a New Zealand. Yeah, those Americans, they rip everything off, don't they?
You haven't been to Canada, have you?
What, in Canada? The real Canada?
Yeah.
No. This one is turned into the leg side by Godwin, no run.
There was, we were coming down the St. Lawrence Seaway, down through all these places, and eventually sort of north of Toronto, about an hour and a half sort of north of Toronto. Every town you passed had an English name. There was a Darlington, a Northumberland, a Sunderland, a Newcastle, a Durham.
When you say English names, it just means names from the northeast?
No, because there was a Richmond and, well, probably the northeast, yeah. I probably missed Eccles.
Ben Ray is back. Leicestershire are making a bit of a fist of it at the moment. They're 80 for 1. They need another 419. They're not going to get them, but hats off to them for at least trying. Only 13 away from their score in the first innings. Morgan now 158 for 5 against Worcestershire. Worcestershire win would certainly put the cat among the pigeons. Rain. Is it me or you?
It's me, isn't it?
Okay.
It's in the rain.
I have no idea.
Where's the final test tomorrow?
The Oval, isn't it? I think. Because one of the England players described it as the home of cricket.
Oh, right. Well, Test Match Special have just tweeted a picture of
The Oval.
Jonathan Agnew in a cricket ground with blue seats that I don't recognise, with Harry Brook, who will make his Test debut tomorrow. There it says, having been confirmed in the starting 11 for the Oval Test. If only I'd read the next line.
That's where it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rain round the wicket here to Rees. That's another leave. The blue seats must be down in a...
I've never been to the Oval.
Have you not?
No.
Oh, these are the players sort of dug out the area underneath that big high white wall in the pavilion.
No, it's almost like being there. That description. I'd say I've never been there, so I wouldn't have the first idea. There in Southampton.
Rain comes in, Rees defends, ball bounces down just in front of the crease, bounces up high above his head and comes to rest again. The first time I went to the Oval was the summer of 1986, and England were playing New Zealand, and it was back in the days when you could just turn up and pay on the gate, and it was Ian Botham's comeback match,
Right.
and he got a wicket with his first ball, and then later in the day, the next wicket he took, I think, made him the leading Test wicket taker.
Right.
Rain bowls, playing a miss from Rees outside the line of off stump, and then he chucked it down mid-afternoon, and we went home because it was too far south. So.
You went all the way from the north.
No,
to
we'd
south.
been. I was with my dad and my sister. We'd just been sort of tootling around for a few days, and we were staying with our friends in Eltham, which is not too far from the Oval, really.
Is there a town in the country where you don't have friends?
Eccles.
Yeah.
I do know of somebody in Glossop.
Close friend or just an acquaintance?
Rain balls. Oh, he's gone back into his crease there, and that one stayed low, but I think there's a little bit of an inside edge, because otherwise Rees was a goner there. It's hit the pads as well, but the girl. Now here's a funny thing: the girl who lives in Glossop, she's.
She didn't used to be a scorer, did she?
No.
No. Oh, good.
No, but she, her and her husband liked the cycling and bumped into them at the velodrome one day.
Mm.
But she's from Sunderland originally. She's the daughter of my dad's mate. Rain comes in and bowls. This has gone off to mid-off. And talking of Clitheroe, her brother got married in a very famous pub near Clitheroe.
Married in a pub?
Yeah. The pub had it's a hotel, had a wedding licence near the Trough of Bowland.
The old trough. Apparently, my team Blackrod will be playing Earby next year. They're in the Ribblesdale League.
Earby.
Earby.
My wife got her wedding dress from a shop in Earby.
I'll ask Charlotte to keep an eye out for the wedding shop.
And
I'm sure he'll be keen on that.
The former Lancashire skipper turned coach lived in Earby, didn't he? Who am I thinking of? The red-headed lad.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And I think when he was born and he lived in Earby, it was in Yorkshire, and then it moved into Lancashire. But it keeps switching sides of the boundary. Travaskis is going to come in the attack here.
So he could have been a Yorkshireman, but he got away with it.
Yeah, who's the Lancashire coach? What's his name?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I can't remember either, but it'll come to me at some point, probably.
My memory's shocking since I bashed my head earlier this year.
I could hit you again, see if it comes back.
Yeah. Don't use the same Bible, though.
That might work. You're going to see some left arm spin. Liam Travaskis is going on to bowl from the racecourse end, where he bowled for much of his time in the first innings. He's going to have a short leg and a slip.
Gareth's been back on to describe what a beanie is.
Excellent. This is the real stuff.
Yeah, a beanie was a ball of sausage meat with beans in the middle, then deep fried.
So very much like a
a Scotch egg,
like
with
a
beans
Scotch
in
egg,
place
but
of the
with
egg.
beans in, yeah. Here's Travaskis in and bowls. That one's turned and turned down the leg side by Billy Godwin, but there is a man there at short, flying leg.
And he suggests the reasons you can't get them these days is because they're a disgrace. No idea what was in the sausage meat.
Well, sausage. Well, I like sausage meat. There's nothing wrong with that. This one's defended by Godalman. A disgrace. Splendid.
Rich has been on. He said, Marty and Dave, further to the Lancashire Bottoms theme.
Yes.
My best mate, who's sadly no longer with us, lived in Timber Bottom.
This one is turned into the leg side by Godalman. You'd call it wooden something then, would you? Presumably.
He said he lived in Timber Bottom, close to Bradshaw Cricket Club. He later lived in Kirby and Ashfield and frequented the MacArthur Glen outlet you mentioned tonight. There's other shopping centres available.
It doesn't appear to be that, does it? Here's Dravask. It's the only one you go to. Balls to Godalman. He tries to turn them. Well, he does turn it down the leg side, but again straight to the man at short, fine leg. Bradshaw Cricket Club, they now play in the Greater Manchester nonsense, the ECB thing. Not far from Belmont, but I don't know. Timber Bottom.
There's Belmont in Durham as well.
This one is turned into the leg side in Harwood. Good start from Travaskis. Final ball of his first over is defended by Godalman out into the offside. It's a maiden over to begin with. Derbyshire remain 36 without loss, leading by 119.
Anyway, the shopping centre was only mentioned initially because that's where I was when I found out James Franklin was leaving Durham on Saturday.
But you have mentioned it a number of times since in relation to hotels that you've stopped at and all sorts.
Just as a sort of geographical position.
Yeah. You don't want to be mentioning towns and things like that.
I don't know junction numbers. We don't do junction numbers.
No, I'm not suggesting that you should do. You should do that.
Do you do junction numbers?
No.
I haven't got a clue what the junction numbers
No,
are.
I haven't.
Which is always quite annoying when you're coming up the motorway and there's a sign saying road closed from junction, la-di-da to wherever.
Yeah.
Rain around the wicket from the city end, and that was left by Reese. It's just missed the off stump. Rain can't believe he didn't hit the target there. It's a crack, 36 for none. Yeah, on those overhead gantries, they really do need to tell you the names of the places that it's closed. So A19 closed north from A1167B324. Where is it?
Yeah, no, you're right. It's not very helpful, is it?
No. Rain balls. Reese late to this one, gets an inside edge off towards mid-wicket, no run. And it's, in the summer we encounter it a lot, don't we, coming back from away games and stuff. And you'll just suddenly see a sign saying lane closed, and then your heart sinks and you think, is this lane going to be leading into the next lane and then the next lane? And are we going off at this junction?
The worst one is when you get the smart motorways and they put the speed signs up and it goes down to 50 and people are still thrashing it past you and you're thinking, well, I'm obeying the speed limit here. Why aren't these people being done? Rain
in. Defender, because they obviously know where the cameras are on which gantries, or the chance that they'll spot the cameras in time.
It's absolutely disgraceful.
But when I came back from Somerset a few weeks ago and stayed in that hotel up there, I'd been wondering how many roadworks there'd be on that evening, and the only cones I encountered were on that junction, and I couldn't get off. There was no sign saying that the lane was closed to anything. I could see the hotel over the fence, and I had to go 8 miles up to the next junction to then come round and come all the way back again. Rain balls, Reese defends. It's gone off towards the cover area, no run there.
That is unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
Anth says he's just plugged in. Any idea what's up with Russia? It looks like he's got a kind of muscle problem. He went off after bowling 3 overs. Paul says a beanie's baked beans wrapped up inside sausage meat and then battered and deep fried. What's not to like?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's the bean element I'm slightly concerned about.
Yes. Rainball's this one. Paul's been back on. This is a top ball. And there's actually a link to a website how to make a beanie with a recipe.
Can you do them in an air fryer?
Oh, you'd be able to do them in an air fryer. Oh, I might have a look at that later, Paul. Thank you. I'm sure the kids would love that.
Yeah.
What horrendous muck is this, Dad?
A quick treat.
I once said to the kids once, for speed, you want some ravioli for lunch? Oh, yes. And so I got it out of a tin, put it on the table. Like, what on earth is this? Nice shot from Reese through the covers. He's going to get a couple of runs here. Oh. Who's lost balance? Bushnell nearly cut it off. It's going to be 3 runs, I think. Yeah, it is. 3 runs up towards the old pavilion. I think they thought I was going to go to the kitchen and hand make
that's not happening, is
the
it?
ravioli.
No.
They didn't realise you could get it in a tin.
No. I thought you could only get it in a tin. 39 without loss. Derbyshire leading by 122 now. 28 to Reese, 10 to Godalming. Update for Radio Derby listeners coming up. Liam Travaskis about to start his second over. His first was a maiden. Nothing being done at any particular pace out there at the moment. One of the fielders is just having his boots sorted out and a drink. Really thirsty after cleaning his boots. Yeah, 90 minutes into the day, and Derbyshire going nicely. 39 without loss. But Lewis Reese has 28, and Billy Goldman, the skipper, is there on 10. So no breakthrough for Durham, who were bowled out this morning for 223. That meant that they trailed by 83. And now with Derbyshire on 39 without loss, they lead by 122. More runs here for Reese, who swept. He didn't get a hold of it. Ball is retrieved. Reese moves on to 29-40. Without loss. Probably. There we go. 40 without loss. Next delivery is swept straight into the short leg, and it bounces up. And the wicketkeeper McIntosh dives because I don't think the ball actually hit the floor. Just went straight into the back of the short leg as Billy Godwin swept. Short leg is Johnny Bushnell. He can't quite get his trousers all the way down to his ankles. In comes Travaskis, yellow socks. As it goes back into his crease, does Godwin. Plays it into the ground, fielded by Bushnell. And there is no run. Godalming White's tapping his bat, and then he goes back into his crease, plays it into the leg side, where it's fielded by Bushnell once again at short leg. Nick's been in touch. So clearly, as Chris Rushworth Voodoo Dollars worked, as he's failed to take a wicket in 18 deliveries, surely his longest barren run ever against Derbyshire. And an opening partnership in double figures against Durham feels like a minor miracle. There was an appeal for leg before wicket there from Travaskis from the final ball of his second over, and Hassan Adnan had nothing to do with it. And Derbyshire are 40 without loss with Reese on 29 and Godalming on 10. They lead by 123. It is in danger of grinding to a halt, this game. Remember, lunch at 12:40 and tea at 3:30 today. 102 overs scheduled to be played in the day, and at the moment we're playing in glorious sunshine. Although to the west and to the southwest there are some clouds bubbling up and heading our way. The forecast, when I looked at it first thing this morning, good to hear from you, Nick, incidentally. When I looked at the forecast this morning, it wasn't great. As Ben Rain bowls to Lewis Reese, who plays this down into the ground and away towards the slips. For today, the forecast now suggests a mere 40% chance of rain at 2 o'clock, and then nothing further until 6, by which time we're scheduled to have finished. Tomorrow at 10 and at 12, thunderstorms, and again at 2, and then again at 4. So all the even number times, if there is such a category, looks a little bit iffy tomorrow. In comes this next delivery from Ben Rain, on the first delivery, the second delivery of his 7th over. Reese tries to turn it to the leg side, comes off a pad, and there's no run.
That was a corker of an update.
Yeah?
Do you know how much cue I got on that occasion?
Oh, no, go on.
Which I think might have been the end of cricketers or Emerson. Would be an Emerson.
Emerson. Yeah. Wow. And I've got the cue the entire time. If I want it.
Yeah.
I generally don't. Next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Lewis Reese. Fielded by Paul Coughlin. There's no run. It's not particularly exciting, this, is it, at the moment? I thought Derbyshire might go out there and try and throw the bat at it, but they've decided not to. I think they should have done.
Rich has been back on. He said from BBC News, the renamed Martin Emerson Designer Outlet is just off junction 28 of the M1 where it meets the A38. Martin and his mate Dave will be signing copies of somebody else's book there after the close of play tonight.
I could take my own book and sign it.
Have you written one, have you?
Yeah.
What about?
Bradford City.
Did you?
Yeah. Rain bowls, and that was pushed out into the offside.
When did you write that?
2013, that kind of time.
Kept seeing these big signs in Leeds Bradford Airport the other day.
What, for my book?
You are only 8 miles from live football. And I thought, Ellen Road's longer than that, isn't it? And then I realised they meant Bradford City.
Valley Parade, yeah.
Been there a few times over the years.
Yeah, I may. 3 slips in the gully for Ben Rain. Moves around the wicket to Lewis Reese, who drives it but doesn't time it up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Johnny Bushnell.
I think Sunderland won away at Valley Parade 3 games in a row, 4-0 from memory. One of them was a Friday night that I went to. It was the night Mother Teresa died. Can you remember that?
Well, I know she's dead, but I can't remember when she died.
All of the matches that week were moved to the Friday because it was Princess Diana's funeral on the Saturday. So Sunderland played away at Bradford on a Friday night.
Yes. I was at Halifax that night, that Friday. They went top of the National League and went on to clinch promotion.
Is it me?
No, it's me.
Is it you?
Yeah, still me.
Is it?
I think so. I don't know. Rain bowls turned into the
Start of a new over,
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, perhaps it's you then. That was turned into the leg side, but I don't know. I'm losing the will to live here. I think this could be slightly more entertaining.
I'm amazed that you're still with us, given how many times that happens to you. Oh, that's the end of the over.
I thought it was, yeah. The scoreboard's
Scoreboard's
gone
gone
mad,
funny.
absolutely mad. The 40 with that. I thought I was doing the Ben Rain over.
I should have known better to question you, Dave. I should have known better.
And there's you believing the scoreboard over me, which I find slightly insulting. 40 without loss at the end of the over, 10 to Godalming. 41 without loss, apparently. 10 to Godalming, 30 to Reese. The scoreboard's sorted itself out now, probably.
Right.
But I wouldn't swear to it.
Travaskis. What time's lunch again? It was 22, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Teas at 3:30. Close of play, 9 o'clock.
Yeah. Or after 102 overs, whichever's later.
Yeah. Well, 100 now, isn't it? Because they lost 2 for the change of innings.
Yes.
Travaskis will
I'll
eventually
give it
start
that.
this over at some point in the near future. Here he comes, left arm over. He bowls, and that's coming towards us. High. That's a nice thump, wasn't it?
Wasn't it? That was very,
Quite
very
satisfying,
pleasing.
that
Very
thump.
pleasing.
So Reese launching him over, long off for 6. I wouldn't bowl there, especially not when you've got a short leg, a leg slip, and a slip in. Travaskis comes in again. And bowls. And that's a sweep shot which hits short leg on the back of the fourth Bushnell's. In for a torrid time because he's got hit in the previous over from Travaskis as well.
Second time he's been hit. Previous one, it actually looped up. There was a Macintosh effort to try and catch it. That was almost exciting. But not quite.
In comes Travaskis. That's blocked on a length there. Now somebody's making stories up here. I'll talk you through this in a sec. Travaskis with his shiny sunglasses on turns to come back in. Left arm over from the racecourse end. Bowls. And Rees squirts this one out with the leading edge way beyond the covers. And we'll get 2, but that was a bit of a false shot. Slogs on all of a sudden, Dave.
Good.
They must have heard you.
Well, we've had enough, haven't we? I'll wait for this made-up story.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to try and I'll squeeze it into the end of the over. 2 balls left. Travaskis in. Oh, that's it, pushing as well.
Yeah, he needs pads on the back of his legs as well as the front because he keeps turning his back and being hit.
He's got marks all over him, which are mud, but they could be bruises now.
Yeah.
Got one on the back of his leg. Last ball. In he comes, and that's clobbered away out towards deep mid-wicket, and Bushnell wouldn't have stopped that. Managed to dive out the way, though. 1 run. That's the 50 partnership, is it?
Yeah. I'm not going to get too excited.
22 overs.
2.27 and over. But no wickets lost, so I suppose so.
Yeah. So the lead's 133. Anyway, bit of embellishment here. So I tweeted earlier, took Derbyshire just 12 balls to see off the final Durham pair this morning, and Durham trailed by 83.
Factually correct.
Yeah. Jonathan says that's nearly as depressing as that story you mentioned on day 1 about the ex-girlfriend standing you up and running off with a scorer from another club.
No,
that
never happened. That
was not true.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't because the new scorer turned out to be the girl's dad, didn't it? Yeah. No, I've just backed Martin up on this occasion. It was a very depressing story. I'll give you that. Here's Ben Rain from the City end, bowls to Lewis Rees, who pushes it up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, and why did she choose to not come to score that day?
Well, she was watching Live Aid.
She was watching Live Aid.
Yeah,
yes.
she was watching Live Aid. I didn't know we were going to have a test. I'm more than happy to have one because I've been listening.
Yeah.
I have to listen to it all because I have to filter out the bits that you've embellished.
Yeah. That's not true. I don't do that.
There you go again. Right. Rains in, bowls to Rees, who goes back into his crease and pushes it up to mid-on again. Again, there's no run. Yeah, it was a heart-rending story.
It was.
It was heart-rending. In fact,
I've only had 37 years of counselling.
A couple of people down the bottom end had mentioned it to me as well. They'd been listening, and they were in tears.
Yeah.
One of them had to pull over when he was driving because he couldn't see because of the tears
What was
in his
that
eyes.
one that used to be on Radio
Terrible.
1? Was it Our Tune?
Our
My
Tune, yeah, Our Tune with Simon Bates.
Yeah.
Yeah, shocking it was. But we're all over it now.
Yeah.
Here's Ben Rain. In and bowls to Rees, who drives and straight to, well, he moves to his left, Maddinson, but straight enough to him for him to stop it comfortably at cover. I'm still trying to think of the Lancashire coach's name. It's embarrassing that I can't think of it. He played for years and years and years.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the best
Not
way
Glenn,
of doing
is it? No.
It is Glenn Chappell.
Glenn Chappell.
It is.
Yeah. I had Glenn in my head.
That's exactly who it is.
Yeah.
Oh, how can we not? Anyway. Oh.
I can't work out whether to have my sunglasses on or off.
Yeah? Well, why don't you just lift one off, one eye?
Yeah, good idea.
I got a message from our commentary team at the Roses match this morning as this one is, caught behind. Is it Rees? Yeah, he's gone. He's walking. And Ben Rain has the breakthrough midway through his 8th over. Rees goes for 39. And Derbyshire, having just got to 50, lose their first wicket with a lead of 133. They're 50 for 1.
McIntosh with the catch.
Just pushed forward in the
Yeah.
As a result, Ben Rain picks up his first wicket of the second innings.
His 4th of the game. Where's my little machine? Oh, there it is.
You got a machine?
Yeah, to correct me mistakes.
Oh, really?
Put it in the wrong
that's used,
part of the score
but that's
sheet
used a lot,
entirely.
isn't
It
it?
is.
Blimey.
Gets used all the time.
Yeah, I just cross things out. Find it much easier. Straightforward catch for Tom McIntosh. New batsman will be Brooke Guest. Derbyshire's wicketkeeper batsman who in the first innings made 33.
Apparently, according to Malcolm, who's emailed, your book is available on eBay for £2.81
Well, I'll get
or £4.65.
Yeah. It was out a long time ago.
Is it about fly fishing?
No.
By J.R. Hartley.
It's about Bradford City going to Wembley twice in one season as a League Two side.
I saw them in a playoff final at Wembley against Notts County.
Did you?
96, would that have been?
No idea. I don't support them or anything.
No.
I just did it because I was getting paid.
Went down to Wembley on the Saturday to watch Darlington against Plymouth in the, that would have been the League Two playoff final. And then Saturday night we drove down to Portsmouth because we're going to watch Durham against Hampshire in a one-day league game on the Sunday. Got up on the Sunday morning, it was absolutely stare-rod rain, unsurprisingly down there.
Yeah.
So we
It's
drove
been
back.
all week this week.
We drove back up to London, and as we were coming round the motorway towards the north of London, we suddenly thought, hang on, there's another playoff final today, isn't there? So we drove to Wembley, and you could pay on the gate. So we watched Notts County against Bradford. Bradford won, I think. Was it Ormerod?
Ian Ormerod, yes.
Ian
Big,
Ormerod
big
scored the winner.
sticks. Big
Yeah.
sticks.
He became a sort of club ambassador after that.
Yeah. Yeah, did a bit
Football
of
in the
commentary for
community
the for Pennine Radio. I'm not sure if it was called Pennine, but whatever it was called. Ben Rains just chased a plastic bag.
Yeah.
Relatively unsuccessfully. The plastic bag now is just going past the
It looks
point
like
region.
a doggy bag thing that you might put in a bin if you've got any conscious.
Would you put anything in the bag before you put the
You
bag
would
in
put
the
your
bin?
dog dirt in the bag,
okay.
yeah, and then put it in the bin.
Lovely.
Not leave it hanging on a tree.
It's like a sandwich bag to me. This one is guided. He was trying to get it in the bag, I think, there, Brooke Guest, but it was stopped by the third slip. That's a sandwich bag, isn't it?
Get in the bag.
Definitely a sandwich bag. No, but when they got to Wembley twice, it was the Capital One Cup as it was then.
Credit card on it.
Absolutely thrashed by Swansea City, 5-0 in the final, but got to a major final as a four-tier club. And then went back and beat Northampton Town in the playoffs. Under Phil Parkinson.
Never heard of him.
Great manager. This one is turned into the leg side. Well, he was at Bradford. And there is no run.
I think he might be described as incredibly uninspiring at Sunderland.
Got Bradford promoted into a Wembley final. We couldn't get Wrexham promoted last season, despite having £73,000 million to spend. It's a difficult league to get out of, the National League, but if you've got that much money, you should be able to do it. 50 for 1 at the end of the over, incidentally. Guest yet to get off the mark. Cottleman has 10. And his assistant, Steve Parkin, he's a character. Big Lee Butler.
Travaskis, start of a new over. Turned around the corner by Godalman for 1. What's he on, Godalman? 11 from how many? 56 balls. Okay, I'll get you this video for Christmas.
We're flocking to YouTube on Friday when I'm at home thinking I must watch the first session of the third day again, just in case I missed anything, but I don't think we have missed anything because nothing's happened. Bless him.
Travaskis is coming round the wicket now. To Guest defends. He's got 2 slips and a short leg in place.
It's my favourite day of the week.
What, Friday?
No, the new local BBC radio music playlist is out. The new songs that they're going to be playing during the day on BBC local radio is out. Yeah.
Do you play them?
No,
it's a full toss. He nearly gets York leg stumped there. He's just managed to get a bit of bat on it and turn it away at the last second down towards the long leg for 2.
Yeah, just the usual suspects.
Yeah. All previously on X Factor.
Capaldi, John Williams, Lizzo, they're all there. Louis Tomlinson.
Never heard of half of these people.
Panic at the Disco were on it. Interestingly. Paul Heaton and Jackie Abbott.
Round the wicket comes the bowler. This is pushed out from beyond the off stump towards short extra cover no run.
So
Paul Abbott, has he got a pub in Salford? Has he know one?
Paul Heaton.
Paul Heaton has.
He did have a pub in Manchester, yeah.
Used to put some gigs on there, I think, at one time. This is defended. Might have been his pub. There's Travaskis comes in and bowls. Because he was mentioned regularly on Six Music by Mark Riley on an evening because there was varying gigs on there. It's the end of the over.
King's Arms.
Yeah. And I was at a festival about 4 or 5 years ago, and there was a guy who had written a book about the fall. And this guy quite often ends up doing a sort of Sunday morning slot when everybody's having a cup of tea or a coffee after the night before at the festival. Our friend Kate was on with him this year. But he had 4 ex-members of the Fall on the stage with him.
Yeah.
And basically they were all saying once you fell out with Mark E. Smith, you never got invited back again because it was Mark E. Smith's big project, wasn't it? He even sacked his own wife on tour in Japan on one occasion. Brick Smith. Shoved a letter under the door saying, here's your flight tickets home.
The fact that he had to shove a letter under a door suggests that all wasn't well in the first place.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. I'm only guessing. Normally you could just speak to somebody about that kind of thing, couldn't you?
This guy's interviewing some of the former members of the Fall on the stage, and somebody in the audience said, so did you ever rejoin the Fall after you left? And he's like, no, you don't rejoin the Fall after you've left the Fall. There's lads up Cheetham Hill still looking for me. Cheetham Hill in Manchester.
Sorry, I thought you were doing an accent there, weren't you? Excellent.
It was this guy's accent. It was perfect, that. But you weren't there, so you don't know. But the guy on this stage who was hosting it, who'd written the book, had this tale about Mark E. Smith finding out about the book launch.
Ben Rain's finally going to start his over, and the ball is pushed out to the offside. There's no run.
Which I think was at Paul Heaton's pub. And he sent a chauffeur-driven car round to buy a few copies of this book. The chauffeur took them back to another pub in Manchester where Mark E. Smith was sitting with some of his mates, and they had a ceremonial burning of the books on the open log fire in this other pub. And apparently he never even opened a page, he just put them all on the fire and set them alight.
Having paid for them.
Yeah.
Well, that defeats the object, doesn't it? We've had one delivery, and now the entire field is changing. Dear, there were just players moving, just swapping positions with each other. Just get on with it. This is pitiful. Dear, oh dear. 53 for 1. Rain in and bowls, and Godleman defends this to backward point. No doubt the field will all change again. Derbyshire are slow, but this is taking the what's it.
Tell you who's on this weekend in Sunderland at the fire station. It's Dave.
Postman Pat. Oh, no,
Dave
Fireman
Stewart.
Sam.
Dave Stewart is on.
Wow. Rain bowls. How the mighty have fallen. Pushed out to the outside.
There's a reason why he's on in Sunderland this weekend. It's his 70th birthday celebration gig, I think. I think he'd be 60, don't you? 60 or 70.
Not if he was celebrating his 70th birthday,
Yeah,
he
but I
wouldn't
think
know.
that sounds too old for Dave Stewart.
No, if it's his 70th birthday celebration, man, I think there's a clue there.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if it's his 60th.
Well, why would you call it his 70th then?
Because I might have got the year. What year was he born?
That'll be the big clue.
1952.
70th. This one is turned into the leg side.
Oh, it's 70 then, isn't it?
Yeah, very much 70th.
Yeah. So he's performing at the Fire Station Theatre in Sunderland.
Pole
the weekend.
dancing.
It's a lovely venue, really nice. It opened a few months ago. Seen a couple of bands there. Saw Orlando Weeks, and a few months back, China Crisis.
Isn't Lando Weeks the Formula One driver, isn't he?
Orlando Weeks. Oh,
See that thing there?
he was in the. I know, I've just whacked it.
That's the microphone.
I've just whacked myself in the face for some reason. He was in the Maccabees, I think, Orlando Weeks.
And the Mercedes team. Here comes Ben Rainbowls too. Godwin struck him on the pad.
Oh my lord, Dr. Dan's done a cartoon of me and you.
Was he?
It's rather frightening. What on earth?
Wow.
Well, I look okay. I look thinner. And you've got no chin.
Fair play though. You can sort of
Do
see
I look
it.
like I've got a black eye there?
You look like Crichton out of Red Dwarf. 53 for 1. Ben Rain is in and balls. That's turned into the leg side by Billy Godwin. God, it's not good. This is dull. End of the over. So's the cricket. 53 for 1. Lead is 136. That was a maiden over from Ben Rain. Lasted about 4.5 hours.
Damien, who's never happy about anything to do with Durham, says, in fairness to you two, with Durham wasting time, Derbyshire could declare now, and Durham still won't get anywhere near the total. He thinks they're just going through the motions now.
But, well, I think you're about right. 12:25, my 12:30 update, which is
That's handy. That's like my 1 o'clock.
being at 5:2.
Yes. Travaskis left arm round from the racecourse end. Ball loops out towards the covers and eventually up to mid-off. No run there. Guest is on strike. Travaskis comes in and bowls. Defended on a length. What's the run rate at the moment? 2 and over. Oh. Last 5 overs, a whole 13 runs. Oh. Batsman comes down the track there and jams the ball against his front pad. It drifts off towards point, no run. 10 minutes away from lunch, rather than it being at 12:30 today, is it 20 to 1 as they try to reclaim some overs lost yesterday to rain and bad light. Travaskis in again, he bowls. This is up in the air.
Well, hello.
Now away. Hang on, listen.
6.
Oh,
Marvellous.
that was nice.
Yeah.
Nice movement of the feet there from
better.
Brute Guest, and he's launched that straight back over Travaskis. And I think that's probably one of the reasons why the slate screen down below us is in such a mess.
I think it's a different sight screen. The one that the wall is a big sight screen, and then there's a sort of movable sight screen that you might see at a
That's
club
the one
ground.
that's all bent.
Yeah, but they've kept the black curtain that they put across for
But they
white
wouldn't
ball
use- yeah,
cricket.
they
But
wouldn't use that for
I'm
a red
assuming
ball.
that they've left that up because England are here on Tuesday playing on that pitch that's 2 to the right as we look against India.
What, the women?
Yeah.
2 to the right as we look.
Yeah.
Travaskis in. Oh, out. First slip. It bounced in and out of Coughlin's hands, and then he managed to grab it at the second attempt. So that is the end of Brute Guest for 8. He punches his bat as he walks away. Travaskis gets the wicket. And Derbyshire, 59 for 2. So they added just the 9 runs there. The lead 142.
12 deliveries. 1-6. No fours, just a 1-6. Yeah, this is the danger, I suppose, of them being more aggressive, as I've been urging them to be. Is if they are more aggressive, they've got more chance of getting themselves out and giving more chance of Durham getting back into the game. But
and just before lunch as well.
I think it'll be I was really enjoying the portrait that Dr. Dan had done of us, and now Don Topley's liked it, so I can no longer enjoy it. That's a shame. Don, the man who wants to destroy county cricket as it currently is. For no apparent reason. Here's Wayne Madsen coming out to bat for Derbyshire with, 9 minutes to go until the lunch interval. Not the ideal time to come out.
2 wickets in 3 overs or so, is it?
Something like that. Don would enjoy this crowd, though, because there are no children, because, of course, they've all gone back to school now, and they can't watch cricket anymore. This is the kind of crowd that plays right into his hands. Of course, when they could come to the cricket, there was no cricket, but not for the ordinary man in the street. So, Wayne Madsen and Billy Godwin, the two longest serving members of this Derbyshire side, together at last. They haven't batted together much this season, in honesty. Wayne Madsen's batted a lot with Shan Masood. Slipping a short leg. Godwin desperately trying to make sure that they don't have to face too many deliveries. There's only one more ball of this Travaskis over to go. Now the amount of gardening they're doing, just get on with it. And the field has changed as well. They're sort of crowding Wayne Madsen here. Likes a sweep. 2 slips.
Bushnell's in danger alley then. Travaskis in. Madsen defends. Ball rolls out on the other side to Porthwick, who's put himself in a short extra cover. End of the over. 59 for 2. The lead 142.
Nicely done. Just swooped for the final ball of the over after that. Perfectly done. It was your over.
It was my over.
Yeah, beautifully done that. Seamless.
I'm missing the point there.
I don't think there is one.
No?
No, I can't think of one.
I'll not waste any more brain
No, I wouldn't.
power trying to work it out then.
6 minutes till lunch. Billy Godwin will be on strike. What I've got to do is remember to fill in the sport at 1 o'clock. If I don't, I would be left for Ed, and that wouldn't be fair. Rain in and bowls, and this one is defended by Godwin up towards mid-off, very straight mid-off.
Ants Graham's emailed. He says, if Mark E. Smith was still alive today, he'd have a field day with lyrics about Derbyshire fans killing off Durham's finest bowler with black magic voodoo toss. There's a whole album in there.
Yeah. I want to point out at this point that Chris Rushworth is still alive.
Yeah.
He's just merely unwell or injured. Rain is in and bowls. Back into his crease goes Godwin, pushes it up to mid-off. There's no run. So 142 is not a big enough lead, clearly. So they need a few more.
Oh, Brighton have given permission, apparently, for Chelsea to speak to Graham Potter. Stay where you are, mate. It's nice on the south coast.
Leicestershire, who were going well, aren't going well anymore. They're 97 for 4 now.
Oh, it's raining at Canterbury.
They're at lunch, as they are at Cardiff. This next delivery is defended by Godwin. Back towards Ben Rain. There's no run. Glamorgan 172 for 5, trailing Worcestershire by 282. after this tune might be a good time to do an update. I don't know who it is or how long it is. It's some generic nonsense that we play.
I bet when you're on air, every tune's a cracker, isn't it?
Well,
when
we're
you-
actually
when
told
you're DJing?
we're told that we have. Well, I think we have to say how good the music is,
Yeah.
but I do struggle at times whenever
Yeah.
I'm in on a show with music. And
You're not even meant to move a song in the running order, are you?
3 minutes. Thank you, Kaz.
I haven't DJ'd for a while, actually.
I'll be there on the wheels of steel.
Yeah, I got them back out sort of Easter during lockdown and
Did you?
did quite a bit of DJing during that period.
We're still talking about the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness for that. This could be the final over, the way the speed at which it's being bowled. It's the fourth delivery now. Rain bowls to Godalming. He's got McIntosh standing up, and Godalming turns it into the leg side and goes through for a single, moves on to 12. Derbyshire to 60 for 2. They've raced on to 60 in just 26 overs and 4 balls, and they lead by 143. And of course, because Godalming's left-handed and Madson's right-handed, the field has to change around. The umpire's moving from one side to the other. God dear.
I was doing the show on the Good Friday afternoon, and one of the lads I know from Whitburn, Pete, sent a message and said, "Could you say hello to my girlfriend Julie? She's at her house in South Shields. I'm at my house in Whitburn. We can't see each other because of lockdown, and I'm really missing her." And she must have been listening as well. So I read
that's nice.
I read out the text, and I said, "Anyway, this song's for you, Julie," and it was "True" by Spandau Ballet.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Here comes rain and pulls Madsen defence.
So it was a golden moment of radio.
Yeah, yeah.
This
No,
one's for you, Julie.
That's beautiful.
And within seconds, he texted me, and she texted, and he texted to say she hates this, and she texted to say I hate that song. So, anyway, reaching out to the listeners.
Oh dear. Final ball of the Ben Rain over. I knew we'd get there eventually. Balls to Wayne Madsen, who guides it into the offside backward of square. There is no run, but there will be another over. I'll be back for the end of it.
Are you? Where are you going?
I'm going to do an update.
Part-timer. Are you commenting on the music again? It's dreadful. What is this nonsense? It's dreadful. This is a really slow passage of play. We're just about to start the next over now. Travaskis bowls. Oh, it's gone down the leg side. I think that was left by Godalming, and it's gone past the hip of him, past the keeper, past leg slip and down. No, it's come off the bat. Wow. 2 runs down a fine leg. So Godalming is now on 14 from 67 deliveries. Travaskis in again. That one spits at him a little bit, and Godalming goes back into his crease, and then suddenly he's fending it away one-handed around off stump. Just comes to rest on the offside. Derek says the album was brilliant.
Which one? Oh, the Dynasty.
I don't know, he doesn't say which one it was.
Yeah, that'll be Dynasty, wasn't it? It is good, isn't it?
Oh, that's going to hurt.
Isn't it?
Godalming's pulled his hands about the road there to leave the ball, and it spun back in and whacked him in the box.
I wonder where you were going with that.
Yeah. The album was brilliant. We will be playing a lot of it more in our lives. We have decided to listen to all of their works throughout the year.
Swedish band called Dynasty that I recommended to him yesterday.
Ball's played off to point this time. He says, it's your turn, Marty, to recommend an album. I gave him about 30 ideas yesterday.
No, they were the 1972 ideas. This is modern. This is happening and hip.
I suggested Curtis Mayfield yesterday.
Which isn't necessarily happening.
No, that wasn't a bad album.
No, but it's not.
Stop ball.
It's not modern, is it?
No. But he said yesterday 70s albums. That was what.
Yes, yeah, but I then recommended him this
Right.
this band called Dynasty.
Bowler comes in and Godman pads up to that one. It loops up in the air, taken by the keeper. Is that lunch?
I hope
Yeah,
so.
thank the Lord. Whew, that was a long morning. It was 2 hours and 10 minutes long, but it felt longer. Derbyshire 62 for 2. Madsen yet to get off the mark. Godalming 14. They lead by 145. We have 70 overs remaining in the day. 28 have gone so far. The one wicket to Rain, 1 for 10 in 10 overs, and Travascus 1 for 21 in 6. We'll be back in 40 minutes.
in and balls to Reed. 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 Go 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 in and balls to Reed. in and balls to Reed. In and balls to Reed. In and balls to Reed.
Well, welcome back to Derby for the afternoon session of Derbyshire against Durham here on day 3. The sun is shining, but quite a bit of cloud around us as well at the moment, and we still have quite a strong breeze. Derbyshire in a decent position at lunch, leading by 145 at 62 for 2. Wayne Madsen yet to get off the mark, but at the other end, Billy Godalman has faced 72 deliveries for his 14. There was an opening stand of 50, with Lewis Rees eventually falling to the bowling of Ben Rain, caught behind in 39, and then Brute Guest, having hit a 6 off Liam Travaskis, tried to cut him, and the ball flew into the hands of Paul Coughlin at first slip, bounced out of them, but he managed to snatch it at the second attempt, so he departed for 8, about 5 or 6 minutes before lunch.
Keen, aren't you?
And I'm just looking here, there's 20 runs to be had down there, Dave.
Where?
4 helmets in a row.
Yes, yeah.
Just behind the keeper, too close to the keeper for my liking. Here's Paul Coughlin then, first over after lunch from the city end of the ground. Durham have been without Chris Rushworth since he finished his 3rd over and went off the pitch, not looking in the best of shape. He's apparently got some kind of strain, apparently. So Durham having to manage their workload without him.
Billy Godalman got the slowest half century in county championship history, 240 balls. He's on course for that.
Coughlin in, and Madsen defends this one, just rolls out on the offside. It was a long morning in more ways than one. It was 2 hours and 10 minutes rather than 2, but it just felt like 5. There was nothing much going on for long periods of time. So that's why your messages make the difference. So if you'd like to keep emailing us with nonsense, then feel free. What's your email again?
FletchCricket@gmail.com, I think.
Coughlin in, turned by Madsen, off towards long leg, and he's off the mark eventually from the 6th ball that he's faced. We are cricket@yahoo.co.uk for me. And you can tweet at Fletch Cricket or at Marty Cricket.
Yeah, you can do anything.
Do what you want, within reason.
June 2000. No, I beg your pardon. At Lords in 2013. 244 balls for 50.
Maybe he just like being there. Godalman is on strike on 14. Coughlin bowls. He leaves this one alone.
As so many have.
Yeah, that was always angling across him. Comes in and bowls again. It's gone through to the keeper.
I suppose it is an art, isn't it? Batting this slowly.
Yeah. It's all part of the purity of the game.
Not particularly good situationally, though.
Defended on off stump. Had an email from Matthew Folks. Thanks for the entertaining commentary. Ask Dave if he remembers when Bob Hunt completely and utterly failed to reconcile Dustin Melton as a name, or even as a concept. So perplexed was he. Bob had similar trouble with Dan Douthwaite when commentating with Nick Webb.
Every time he said Dustin Melton, he burst out laughing.
Did he?
Bob, bless him. Yeah, and it was exceptionally entertaining.
He said, I've heard Steve Coogan say on a number of occasions that he draws on local radio phone-ins and general discussions as an inspiration for some of his material. Both of these incidents would have been gold mines for him, I'm sure, he says.
Good afternoon, Steve Coogan, if you're listening.
Yeah. From Manchester, or wherever he lives these days.
I don't think he lives in Manchester anymore. Wayne Madsen will be on strike. Liam Travaskis will eventually start this over. We've only been back 6 minutes and we've had 6 deliveries, so no point in rushing these things. Here we go. Travaskis in and bowls to Madsen, who carves it into the offside, and there's no run.
3 of the helmets are in use now. There's only 1 left on the floor. I waited years to see a ball hit a helmet and a 5-run penalty, and then it happened twice in about 3 weeks.
Well, I've not seen it, I don't think. Don't recall it. Madsen waits as Travaskis bowls him, and he cuts out in towards the cover boundary for a single. He moves on to 264 for 2.
Yeah, I've had some great fun on air with Bob Hunt over the years with the Gloucestershire commentator. Sadly, he's not in the best of health these days and no longer doing it. Cheltenham Festival in 2018 was a cracking week. Such good fun.
The top man. Travaskis over the wicket to the left-handed Godalming, who pushes it out into the offside. There's no run, 14 off 76 deliveries.
I think his son, does his son commentate on Forest Green Rovers?
Yeah. They did it together for a while.
Yeah.
He left a game here to go and see Forest Green playing at Port Vale. Left early. This one is swept by Billy Godwin. Straight into Johnny Bushnell.
That's a cock-six, I think.
Was that what it was? It was something like that, anyway.
He's limping around and around and around. That's the 3rd or 4th time he's been hit now.
Sounds like it. That was very unpleasant.
Does he have to feel there being the youngest player in the team?
I don't think he's volunteered. Godalman's ready again now. Do it again, Bill. Next delivery, goes back into his crease and plays it into the leg side and gets a run. He moves on to 15, 65 for 2.
It was him who was 21 yesterday, wasn't it, Bushnell?
Somebody was.
Yeah. I can't remember who. Yeah, it was him.
Yeah, he's no longer 21.
Well, Tom McIntosh is 19, but he wouldn't stand there because he's the keeper.
Yeah. And that one is driven by Wayne Madsen for 4 runs out towards the extra cover boundary, over pitch really from Travaskis. And Madsen was onto it in a flash. He moves on to 6 and Derbyshire to 69 for 2. The lead is above 150 now, it's 152.
Talking of birthdays, Ben Rain will be 31 next week.
Marvellous. Are you doing anything for him?
Don't know. Might present him with a beanie.
Take him out ice skating or something?
Stick a beanie, give him a beanie with some...
Yeah, jelly and ice cream on top.
I was thinking of candles.
Oh, candles, yeah.
You get
That's
30,
more
31 candles on a beanie.
That is more traditional than ice cream and jelly on a beanie, I think. Imagine if you got it mixed up though and you did put it on your head.
Coghlan, new over from the City end. Balls to Godalming, played to point, no run there. Picked up by Travaskis, who's got a nice clean pair of whites on today because the ones he was wearing yesterday were covered in mud.
he was a mess, wasn't he? An absolute mess. Ben Rain's left knee's looking slightly the worse for wear. That's the left knee of his trousers. After his dive to keep the ball in the morning session, is down below us.
Coghlan in, bowling to the left-hander who leaves that one alone. What do you think's the best way to get muck out your whites then?
I've always struggled. Yeah, I've always struggled. I don't think there is a way, is there? You have to boil them or something? I don't know.
Put them on a hot wash. And then they won't even get past your big toe after they've shrunk. Coghlan to Godalming. Keeper takes it. And a leave. See, England's women narrowly got past the might of Luxembourg last night by the Margin of 10 goals.
You conceded a single goal in qualifying, didn't they?
They'd already qualified, hadn't they?
Yeah.
By yesterday, I think.
Yeah, they had.
Where's their World Cup then?
Australia and
Is
New
it?
Zealand,
Mm.
yeah.
Coughlin round the wicket, balls. Ball defending on off stump. No run.
Raining in Cardiff.
Is it?
And Leicestershire have lost a 4th wicket. They're 102 for 4. They need another 397, which they'll not get to beat Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge.
They've got Durham at home next week.
Who?
Leicestershire.
You down again?
Coughlin balls.
Be nice.
This is left alone. There's lots of leaves here. It's not even fully autumn yet.
That would be about the worst place to have been. You know, in that week when it was record temperatures, I think in the
Leicester.
commentary box at Leicester would have been about the worst place to be because it's looks like a little greenhouse, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just great view, but
Better than the shed we used to sit in. This is defended. Goes back to the bowler.
that bar in front's a bit annoying. Though,
Yeah,
isn't
it is, yeah.
When you feel it more than most, of course.
It blocks
but,
out everything. I've never seen a ball bowled at Leicester for 9 years.
the seats are unfeasibly high,
Yeah.
so you need a bit of a leg up to get onto them,
Yeah.
and then you still can't see.
And you have to have finger extenders to reach your keyboard, which is 4 feet below you.
Conference going on here between 3 of the senior
Why
players.
not? Why not?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we've got all the time in the world, haven't we? Really.
Do you do a half one or not? Or have you missed it?
I don't. I do a half one. Yeah. Oh dear. Yes, I do. I'm going.
Right. I hope I don't get the blame for all this at the end of the week. Leicester 102 for 5 now. Travaskis from the race course end, bowling here to Brooke Guest, who's forward a long way to push that one away safely, back towards the bowler. Round the wicket he comes. Oh, this is in the air. Oh, nearly a caught and bowled. He just couldn't get across to it. He sprinted off to his right-hand side, hand in the air, and it just looped out of his grasp and landed just behind him. Full shot there from Brooke Guest. Here comes Travaskis again. And it's not Guest, is it? It's Wayne Madsen. What am I on about? Guest was out before lunch. Plays that one down to Gully for a single. Travaskis left arm over now. He's got a leg slip and a short leg in place and a slip for Godalman, who sweeps, and there's an appeal for LBW and for a catch, neither of which have been given. From an LBW point of view, I think the ball pitched quite a way outside of off stump. I don't think there was any connection with the bat of the glove or anything, it just came off the pad, but it was quite wide of off stump. He comes in again and bowls, and Godalman goes back into his crease and flicks the ball past a short leg for 1. Comes in and bowls again. This is defended on a length. End of the over. 71 for 2. The lead is 154 here on BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio Newcastle. Dave Fletcher and Martin Emerson with you. Weather forecast tomorrow is said to be mixed, but it's been like that all week, really. It was a little bit annoying in places yesterday, the weather, but generally we've not done too badly.
No. If Travaskis takes his sunglasses off, he might be able to see the ball better and help him catch it. They're doing 1993 on the flashback at the moment. I have no idea what any of the songs are. It's way too modern for me. But it suggests that Billy Godwin had started this current innings in 1993. It's Paul Coughlin. Balls to Godwin, who pulls him around the corner for a single. Fielded by Jones down below us. Godwin moves on to 17 from 87 balls. What?
93. All that she wants is another baby. She's gone tomorrow. That one. That'll be 93.
No idea what you're singing. Having reached 17 off 87 deliveries, if he carries on like this, it would take him to get to 51. It would be 261 balls, which would smash the record out of sight. Next delivery is defended by Madsen straight back to the bowler, Paul Coughlin. And there's no room. Leicester should have lost a fifth wicket now. They're subsiding.
Oh.
Oh, what? Oh, hang on. We'll just do this delivery, then we'll get on to the serious stuff. Coughlin's in and bowls to Madsen, who defends it up to mid-off.
Meatloaf.
Yes,
had the
I
big
wouldn't mind.
hit.
Oh, yeah.
I'll do anything for love, 1993.
But I won't
do
that.
The singer's power ballad was a true phenomenon, topping the charts in 28 countries.
Remarkable.
Now, I was listening to Radcliffe and Marconi on Saturday morning on Six Music, and they started their show with a Meatloaf song, and then had a few tweets from people, including...
Coughlin bowls, Madsen guides this down towards backward point. There was a half hand on it, but it's gone all the way to the boundary. And Madsen moves on to 11, 76 for 2.
Including a lad who said he scored a penalty in a penalty shootout at St James's Park against Meatloaf. So, this is a true story. And it suddenly jogged my memory. Yeah, he was touring and he was in Newcastle and he went to St James's Park and he went in golf for a penalty shootout. Now, a friend of ours, Glynis, was a massive Meatloaf fan and met him many times. And when he died a few months ago, I was chatting to her, and she's got his goalkeeper gloves from that day.
Yeah. Oh, excellent. Did he sign them?
Yeah.
This next delivery is defended by Madsen, back to Coughlin.
She'd seen him all over the place. O2, I think he played the O2 Arena recently. There you are, I knew it. Ace of Base, All That She Wants. The Swedish group scored their third bestseller of 1993 with All That She Wants. 604,000 sales.
Boom, shake, shake, shake the room's on at the moment.
Is it?
Is that the Fresh Prince?
Might be.
Here is, I've no idea. Here is Coughlin in and bowls to Madsen, who defends it.
No Limit.
It was the Fresh Prince, DJ Jazzy Jeff.
Yeah.
76 for 2 at the end of the over.
No Limits by Dutch Euro trance band 2 Unlimited. Isn't that the one? There's no lyrics.
That's the one.
Yeah. This will be in your DJ satchel at the weekend. Dreams by Gabrielle. That's right up on the top of the...
In mine?
Yeah, if you're DJing on Radio Derby.
I'm not.
Oh, well. Next time you are, it'll be there.
Well, it won't, because...
Along with the Lighthouse family. And who else? Those people from Ireland, the Cause.
No, the one that always used to be on whenever I handed back, or when we did an update, and they said, anyway, that's Dave at the cricket. And here is Torn by Natalie Imbruglia, and that seems to be on every single hour without fail.
Travaskis start of a new over from the racecourse end. That's coming our
it's
way.
gone
Let's
mad.
listen for this. That was a
Oh,
bit
that was
boring,
poor,
that,
that's a Billy Godwin one. He didn't quite reach the... But Billy's hit a 6.
Yeah.
Wow.
Billy's just had a third shredded wheat.
Well, he's ruined his chances.
Oh, Carolina. Shaggy, that was a good one. Mr. Blobby, that was the 6th best-selling song in 93.
Dear, oh dear.
Hadaway, What Is Love? Call him Mr. Vain, Culture Beat.
I was 30 then. I wasn't really into the charts.
Yeah. Young at Heart, the Bluebells was on about its 9/3 release.
Yeah.
Oh, you would like. I bet you danced to this one. Tease me, tease me, tease me. Check-a-demus and pliers.
Never. Pliers.
Yeah.
I've got some pliers.
Oh, that's come off his. Has it come off the glove or the hip there? He's
Hip.
gone back into the crease, Godalman.
Yeah, turned a lot, didn't it?
Yeah, delivery from Travaskis on this list, by the way.
Mm.
Who did you just say? Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince.
Yeah.
Boom, Shake the Room
That's
was
the one.
was the 16th best-selling song of the year. Got the #1 at one point. The sweep from Godalman, and he's just clattered the ball down into the ground right in front of where he is. It's rolled out about 10 yards on the leg side.
Fancy a single there, though, didn't he?
Madsen's gone racing down the track for a single, and Godalman sent him back. 4 Non-Blondes, what's up? That wasn't a bad tune.
I said, hey, yeah.
That's the one. And this one hits Bushnell, because he hasn't been hit for at least 5 minutes. Short leg. He's going to be absolutely peppered in bruises by the end of the day. Comes in again now, Travaskis, another attempted sweep, finds square leg, backward square leg, no run. Who's that fielding there? It's a sub-fielder, I don't know who that is. It could be Drizzell, but I'm not sure. Travaskis in once more. And that's a very extravagant leave from Billy, who sashayed across the square.
What?
And then
Did what?
Sashayed, it's like a dancing move, and then raised his bat. It was like he was doing the flamenco there, wasn't he? End of the over anyway. I don't know who that 12th man is.
Come on. It's your job, man.
Might not be a 12th man, might be Gibson. It is Gibson.
Didn't even recognise your own bowler.
Yeah. It's the blue sunglasses that confused me.
We'll take them off then.
Yeah.
Paul Coughlan's going to continue. It'll be his 8th over, 0 for 10 so far, so benefited from the go slow. Godalman 23, Madsen on strike. He's on 11, 82 for 2, leading by 165, and Coghlan is in and bowls to Madsen, who clips this into the air just over the head of Drizzell, the 12th man, and away to the mid-wicket, the cover boundary, no, the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs, but that was not too far above Drizzell.
This week's number 35, Mr. Lavo Man. Shabba. Remember that one? Shabba Ranks.
I have a vague recollection. I don't recognise it from your rendition.
I'm starting to think 1993 wasn't perhaps that good a year.
No, didn't sound great when I was.
The 40th best-selling song that year was "When I'm Good and Ready" by Sybil.
Oh yeah. Coghlan bowls. Madsen guides this down to the vacant 3rd man area very deliberately for 4 runs, and Derbyshire move up to 90 for 2. Madsen on to 19, the lead 173. Trademark Madsen. Sweeps, ramps, uppercuts, and guides down to 3rd man. I mean, you can hit the ball just about anywhere, Wayne Madsen, but
It sounds like the freestyle cross at the Winter Olympics that you've just described there.
wait till he does his 360 and his 720. Coughlan's in again, and Madsen drives it straight back to him. Coghlan sticks out a right hand and stops it. And a gentleman in red trousers walks across the gap between the members' pavilion and the grandstand. Too many pairs of red trousers this week, but they're a particularly fine example. Coughlan's in again, and that one is cut into the ground and fielded by Scott Borthwick, who has a shout the stumps at the non-striker's end just to keep himself interested.
Oh, aye, they're good then.
Aren't they?
Yeah, let's have a look. Now, are they a canvasy one or a quarter, or they're sort of like a... Well, they're like a port-coloured chino, aren't they? Canny.
Reasonably elderly gentleman. Looks like Paul.
Looks
like Paul Allott
the
from
sort
here.
of general who goes to watch a test match.
Yes. Out of context, that one is down the leg side, and Madsen tries to flick it away, but misses.
Oh, Raymond says Sting, Fields of Gold was a canny song from '93. Is that on there yet, Dave? Can you hear
He's talking at the moment, Ian. I'll tell you what the next one is. How about that?
I reckon it's Shabba.
Coughlin, just the 2 slips now. Into bowl to Madsen, who gets an inside edge, and the ball dribbles out back at a square on the leg side for a single. He moves to 20, 91 for 2. He's currently talking to Sally Pepper, our afternoon drive show host, so no music being played at the moment. 91 for 2.
That's a good radio name, isn't it? Sally Pepper.
Yeah.
What's her real name?
Sally Pepper.
Is it?
Yeah.
Travaskis is waiting to start the next over. Short leg in place. Keeper standing up. Coughlin at slip. Short extra cover. And down the track comes Madsen. Meets this. Almost Yorks himself there, but manages to just get the very toe of the bat and the ball and play it up to Madinson at mid-off. And he's now checking the end of his bat to make sure it's all there. Travaskis left arm round. Racecourse end. Ball is pushed out towards deep extra cover for 1, fielded by Gibson. Oh, the throw's a bit erratic. It's missed by the keeper and is stopped just behind him as it hits Bushnell. Because he hasn't been hit for at least 2 minutes. He's limping. He's limping away into short leg now for more of the same. Remember Jack Burnham's debut at Scarborough against Yorkshire. This is defended by Godalming, nips back in. He got a duck in the first innings, but then he got 50 in the second, and Liam Plunkett absolutely peppered him.
Yeah.
And when he finished the match, and I went to do an interview with him, he just showed us all the bruises all over his arms. It's played back to Travaskis by Godalming. And I took a photograph of it for Twitter, and it popped up on my timeline the other day. It was 10 years ago last week that the debut took place.
Time fly.
In fact, it wouldn't have been 10 years. It would have been... this one's flicked off through square leg for 1. Would have been 2015, it would have been, so 7 years ago. Right-handed Madsen back on strike now, so the field switches round. Travaskis bowling in his white-rimmed sunglasses. Borthwick's gone into short extra cover. No leg slip at the moment. Left on round for Madsen. That ball has a bit of tennis ball bounce and ends up in the keeper's gloves. That is the end of the over. 93 for 2. The lead is 176.
Yeah, it turned a lot, that, didn't it? But very slowly.
It's been a bit quiet on the old Twitter front after lunch. Where's everybody gone?
I'm still waiting for this next song.
Still not playing it yet?
They're about to now. 1993. Radiohead.
Oh, which one?
No idea. It's awful anyway.
Oh, I like them. Was I listening? Where do I put my thing?
Stick it in. No, not that one. That's your microphone, you clown. That one. In there. Stick that in there. I'll turn it up.
Oh, that was their first big hit.
Martin's currently listening to Radiohead and I can't hear a thing anymore. Holly Gibson coming back from the city, and I don't know if you can hear me anymore because I can't hear myself.
Yeah, no, you can. Yeah, you're still there.
Oh, do you like
Yeah, that was their first big hit.
Was it? That Tom York.
Yeah.
Pretentious nonsense.
I like them.
I'm not surprised. Holly Gibson then, 6th over, 0 for 14 from his first 5, bowling from the city end to Billy Godwin down the leg side and taken by McIntosh, and there's no run.
I'm a creep.
I know. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, creep.
David McCardle points out that Natalie Imbruglia's torn was closer in time to Watergate than it is to today.
Really?
Wow.
Wowzers.
That is impressive. Thank you, David. There are so many things that are closer to things that you don't expect them to be closer to than they are to today. Any other examples of that? Greatly received. That one is turned into the leg side by Billy Godleman. They've run the first one quite quickly. The ball's going to be fielded by Jones, and they'll stick to a single. Godleman moves to 25 off 98. And Derbyshire 94 for 2, leading by 177.
Well, the last time Sunderland won the FA Cup is closer to the previous time they won it in 1937 than it is to today.
Sorry?
Sunderland won the FA Cup in 1973.
Yes, they did.
Their previous FA Cup win was 1937.
Yeah.
So though the gap between those two FA Cup wins is
less than the gap between them winning now.
Yeah,
then and now.
36 years to 49.
Derek's just retweeted your picture of the. I didn't see it originally. That's very good, Martin. The chocolate biscuits. This one is pulled into the leg side by Wayne Madsen for 4. He dropped short there. Ollie Gibson can't afford to do that against Wayne Madsen, and he just swiveled on his left heel. Beautiful shot, and Madsen joins Billy Godleman on 25, and Derbyshire move up to 98 for 2.
Julia Weatherall, 1993, who let the dogs out. She says, the benefits of an expensive education. Was that long ago?
Johnny Bastow's operation on his leg that he damaged while he was playing golf is next week. In comes Gibson again, and that's left alone outside the stump.
Did he slip over going onto a tee box or something?
Something like that, yeah. Go up a hill or down a hill or... I don't know, I wasn't there. I want to make it perfectly clear it was nothing to do with me. The form of his life. Staggering.
It's a good one from William. Looking at the stand opposite.
Next delivery is chopped into the offside, off the back foot, pushed really by Madsen. No run.
He says, I've been trying to think of what I'm reminded of when I look at the City end here. I reckon it's the human equivalent of the game Minesweeper, which you get with Windows. People sitting in chairs are the cleared squares. Where do you go for your next guess?
Yeah, that's good, that.
I'll take A17. Oh, that's right behind the bowler's arm.
Gibson in again, left alone outside. They are stumped by Wayne Madsen, ball through to the keeper end of the over. 98 for 2. Derbyshire leading by 181 now. Both Madsen and Godleman have 25. Madsen's has come from 31 balls. And Godleman's from 98.
Dr. Dan's emailed. Hello, Dr. Dan.
Yeah.
He said, could Captain Billy Godleman's second innings be called a Jeffrey? 23 off 93 in 140 minutes.
Could be.
And he says, I'll not boycott your commentary.
Very good. See what he did there.
Yeah. Derek's been back on. He said, we're still with you on our walks. Picture of him and Ellie there on the seaside. He said, the Black Sabbath album was great. Going to play that more as well, he says.
Yeah, see? That's what it's all about.
What's the lead? 181. Travaskis bowling to Godleman. Godleman back into his crease. Plays that one with a very straight bat. And ball drifts out along the floor to mid-wicket, no run. There's your man with his red trousers again. He's doing laps.
He's doing well, isn't he? Do you think they'll get applause after this delivery?
Oh, that was rather theatrical as Billy raised his bat, made a big stride outside of off stump, left the ball, and it thundered into his midriff.
He was raising his bat for the 100th ball that he's faced.
The ceremonial raising of the bat. Travaskis in again. This stays low and it's kept away by Godleman.
Well, he has picked up the pace of this innings in recent times with that 6. It's very out of character.
Is it 3 sixes he's gone for now, Travaskis, is it?
I think he might have done.
A sweep. It's gone along the floor towards long leg. Can Gibson cut it off? He dives in. No, he can't. Right in front of the club shop. I don't know where the ball's gone now.
Underneath him, I think.
Yeah. Lying on top of it.
100 up for Derbyshire.
Halcyon days.
What a time to be alive. Yeah, 102 for 2.
37.4 overs. Travaskis comes in, left arm over balls. Another sweep. This time it's found a fielder just at backward square leg. Looks like Ben Rain down there. Travaskis bowls. Billy leaves that one and sort of plays it with his thigh guard, nudges it away with his thigh guard. This is quite something to watch, this. It's unusual.
This is Billy Godleman, ladies and gentlemen. He's a man who doesn't have a half century this season.
He's on all night. He's on 29 now from 104 balls.
His highest score of the season is 38. And you can sort of understand why he's batting like this. This is an opportunity, I suppose, for him to score some runs. But
well, what Derbyshire are trying to do here is only have to bat twice.
Yeah. There's a plan. There's definitely a plan. I haven't spotted what it is yet, but they're keeping it cunningly close to their chest. The plan. He's going to tip it down tomorrow. Here's Ollie Gibson. 7th over. Bowls to Madsen. Turn into the leg side. They go through for a quick single. Madsen moves on to 26.
Do you think I might be able to catch the Tour of Britain after all in Mansfield? It'll come round the Peak District, I presume.
No idea. I didn't know it was on until you forced it upon everybody.
Here's an irony for you. BBC Weather, our latest monthly outlook, is hot off the press, and they've used a photograph of the rain at the Rose Bowl to illustrate the piece. There you go. If only they'd built that stadium a little bit further to the north.
Bless him. I don't think it's no raining in Canterbury. Gibson bowls. Godwin just turns this down to long leg for a single. He moves on to 30 now, 104 for 2. So raining at Canterbury, raining at Cardiff, but not raining at the Ageas Bowl. Leicestershire 6 down, 121 for 6. That game's going to finish today. You would expect. It is, as I say, raining at Cardiff, so no addition to the score there. 172 for 5. Gibson's into ball to Madsen, who defends. And Derbyshire remain 104 for 2 with a lead of 187.
Well, it's 2 o'clock.
Is it?
I suppose I better go and show
Never
a bit of
stops,
willing.
does it?
There's always something there,
Isn't
isn't
there?
there? There's always something.
There is. And comes Gibson again, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Madsen. Fielded by the man at backward point. Just the 2 slips. Watery sunshine. And Gibson passes umpire Cook, balls to Madsen, who defends it straight back to him. There is no run.
Right, I'm going to do it.
Hurry back. I don't think I can stand watching this by myself. I know it's our job to be your eyes, but quite frankly, I'm about to scratch mine out, I think. 104 for 2. Current run rate, 2.6. This one is, striking Wayne Madsen quite high up. He was never going to get a leg before decision. Far too high. I think it's hurt Madsen, that. He just has a little walk into the leg side. 104 for 2 at the end of the over. 39 overs of the innings gone. 59 overs left today. So by the close, who knows, they could have a lead of 400. Which would probably be enough, I would guess. Heavy rain in Canterbury, according to young Ben Watts. And Liam Travaskis to continue. 42 runs added since lunch. Around about 40 minutes. We've stopped. Why have we stopped? Slip leg, slip, short leg. Liam Travaskis bowling to Wayne Madsen. Yeah, they've added 42 runs in the 40 minutes or so since lunch here, Sally. They've moved on to 104 for 2 now. Wayne Madsen, 26. And Billy Godleman has got 30 from 106 deliveries. The partnership is worth 45. That after this morning, Durham were bowled out for 223. Derbyshire, 104 for 2 in their second innings. Their lead is now 187. There we go. Tick another one off. That last delivery resulted in a dot ball as Billy Godleman shouldered arms to it, allowed it to hit him. And here comes Travaskis again. Godleman sweeps. There is a man. No, he's missed it. Missed it completely, Ben Rain. They're going to come back for 2. He should really have stopped that one, Ben Rain. Billy Godleman moves to 32 and Derbyshire to 106 for 2. The lead 189. Travaskis doesn't look best pleased at conceding his 44th and his 45th run, one for his 42nd and 43rd run, in fact. One for 43 from 11.5 overs. He's in again, and Travaskis left arm up, over the wicket, bowls to Godleman, turns it into the leg side, and they trot through for a comfortable single. 107 for 2. Godleman moves on to 33 now. Wayne Madsen has 26. He's on strike for the penultimate ball of the 40th over. Slipping a short leg. Travaskis bowls. That one comes off an outside edge, goes into the offside, and there's no run. Tea at 3:30 today. Sweep from Madsen, 4 runs. He does like a sweep, Wayne Madsen. We've seen him do it throughout his career, despite the fact that some people watching the other competition in August thought it was incredible the amount of sweeping he was doing. He's done it on a regular basis and with great success over the course of his career. He's moved on to 30 with that boundary. Godleman has 33. Derbyshire 111 for 2, leading by 194 now. The least surprising shot we've seen all day, a Wayne Madsen sweep for 4. He's had so much success over the years with that shot. Conventional and reverse. He's already hit 6 fours. Billy Godleman's hit 2 and a 6. It's Godleman back on strike for the start of a new over from Ollie Gibson.
Comes in. Oh, that's gone through quick, and I thought it just clipped the edge of the pad there. That was a little bit extra pace there, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's got a sharp one in him, hasn't he?
Yeah. He just looks like the mild-mannered janitor when you're talking to him.
Does he?
Yeah. And suddenly, ping.
Yeah, that was quick.
Godleman on 33. Drives at this one. And stopped by Travaskis one-handed at point. Did well to get out of. He cut that off. Nearly got through the gap. I've been thinking about it, Dave, and I've decided to stick me sunglasses on again. It's a thought that counts.
Yeah. No, that's good.
This is now going to sound silly because I'm just about to tell you about how the sky's turning a darker shade of grey, but that's to the south of us because above us we've got bright sunshine. Gibson round the wicket. Oh, an attempted cut there and playing a miss from Godelman. Got a little bit of a duel on our hands all of a sudden.
With those dark clouds, we're not going to get them at all because the weather's coming from over the hotel.
Yeah.
So the dark ones, it's the dark ones beyond the hotel that might be the problem.
Yeah, it is bubbling up over there, isn't it?
A little bit.
See them all mushrooming up in front of us. Someone's played up to mid-off, no run there. Just the floodlight in the corner over there, Dave. In this corner where the crane is behind it, see that?
Yeah.
That big cloud behind there.
Yeah.
The right-hand top end looks like a labradoodle's head. You see its eyes?
I don't know what I like. The bit,
well, it's like
the bit further to
a
right
little dog with curly hair.
Looks like piles.
Piles?
Yeah. But I don't know about the Labrador, what Labradoodle looks like.
It's gone down the leg side. It's taken by the keeper.
I know it's a cross between a Labrador and a poodle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't look like that anymore now because it's moved on. It's now turning into a giant pig.
What was in your lunch?
I don't know.
Those mushrooms, were they just normal ones? Or?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
Oh, the buzzard's really low now. Circling the square. Gibson in. Tries to... Oh, put down. Was that a chance?
I think so.
He's trying to York. Godelman. He's driven at that. Whether or not he's played that in the ground, I don't know. But it's shot to Scott Borthwick. All he could do was get a hand on it. See the replay of this. I think that probably would have been a bump ball. There's a lot of dust came up as he hit him. So look at this again. Yeah, I think he slammed it into the floor.
Cross that out. Yeah. Crossed it out.
Ah, well, because I can't be bothered to write it down.
You don't need to cross out then. You've got that white stuff, haven't you?
Yeah. You can get it in the little pot with a brush, but I like this little roller thing. But you can guarantee every season the roller bit comes off its wheel and just turns into a mess inside, and you have to go and get another one.
Liam Travaskis to continue from the racecourse and bowling to Wayne Madsen, who sweeps him. There is a man out there protecting. It's gone a long way backward of square, though. Michael Jones runs around to do the fielding, and they come back for a second. Madsen moves on to 32, 113 for 2.
Are you staying down here tonight? You're back up in the...
Yeah. I'll go in the office. I'm doing a favour for a pal.
Tonight?
After the close, Travaskis around the wicket, bowls. That one is whipped into the legs, into the offside by Madsen for no run.
Wheels of steel aren't coming out, are they?
No, they're not. It'd be good if they were, wouldn't it? It's what people want. Travaskis bowls. Madsen pushes it up to Drizel. Mid off. Nicely done. People will barely notice you taking off your headset and putting it back on the... What's defended by Madsen out into the offside.
I had to do it quickly because it suddenly started to fall off my head. So I had to grab it.
How was it falling off?
Because I've only got one earpiece on, the other one's around the back, and it suddenly started...
Why did you put it around the back?
To hold it in place, which normally works, but on that occasion it just suddenly started...
It's supposed to go on your ear.
I don't want them on both ears.
Defended by Madsen, back to Travaskis. Why not?
Because you end up with overly hot ears then.
You happy with one hot ear?
Yeah.
Do you ever swap them around?
Yeah.
What a
About every month.
ball of Travaskis is over. He's defended by Madsen. Back to him. Derbyshire 113 for 2 after 42 overs. Now they lead by 196. Wow. Well, the forecast now suggests that 4 o'clock, 70% chance of thunder. Excellent. That should see the end of us.
How much? What percent?
70. And a 30% chance that it won't. And then it drops down to 60% at 5 o'clock.
Right.
And then tomorrow it was on all the even hours, but now it seems to be all the way through. I don't think we've got a prayer tomorrow, really. So that means it'll be glorious sunshine, and you'll still be here at 7:20 tomorrow night.
Gibson starts a new over bowling to Godelman. Ball played to square leg, no run there. Well, at the minute, on mine thing here, cloud cover 98%, storm risk 19% at the moment, but between 4 and 7, 52%. This is on net weather, and this is for Derbyshire Cricket Ground. 5 to 6 is when you get some ziggy-zaggy lines under some clouds.
Well, yours might have been for the cricket ground. Mine was for the Lund Pavilion in particular, which is the pavilion over there, it says here.
Oh.
I don't know how it manages to...
It says it's raining between 4 and 5.
Yeah.
What time is it now? Oh, it's only 2. It's only 2:15.
Yeah, I know it is. Yeah, it's remarkable, that, isn't it?
Yeah. That's depressed me, that.
I might go for a lie down in a minute.
Yeah, net weather does the county cricket ground locations. In fact, it used to tell you what the temperature was in the ground as well.
Yeah? About 22 degrees, I think.
Ball played by Godelman out towards the covers. Previous ball was a bit of a leading edge, which went up to mid-off.
That's
Precipitation.
That's in Manchester, sorry. I can't change it. Why can't I change it?
Can't change what?
Well, this computer, it says...
and the weather thing at the bottom, it's saying 17 degrees and sunny on this one.
Mine says 22 degrees, but that's because it's in Manchester.
Yeah, this one is in Chesley Street.
I know, it's stupid, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you type the word Derby in and it doesn't like it.
Godelman playing the ball down into the ground, out to the covers, no run.
Do Derby Street in Manchester.
Derby Street. There's a Derby Street in South Shields, I think. Derby Street Baths. There was a swimming pool there.
Hopeless.
Gibson round the wicket from the city end. Godelman plays the ball off his legs, past square leg. It's been chased towards the boundary by Bushnell. He slides in, they get 2 runs. If you click on the more detailed bit in the forecast, they then want money off you.
Cross my palm with silver and I'll tell you if it's going to rain or not.
Yeah.
Seems fair.
Around the wicket comes Gibson. And the ball is kept away by Godelman, who has given the impression that he's there for the long term. Maybe until Friday night. 121 balls for his 35. Madsen has caught him up. He's got 32 from 44. Partnership's 56.
He's edging closer to his highest score of the season. Billy Goldman 38, which I'd love to tell you who it was against, but I've absolutely no idea. I don't remember it for one reason or another. And Liam Travaskis is going to continue. He's bowled 7 overs for 29 in this current spell from the racecourse end. He bowls to Madsen, who smashes it straight back over his head for 4. Ball was hit very hard indeed by Wayne Manson, who moves on to 36, 119 for 2. The lead is over 200 now, 202. Travaskis is in again, balls. Madsen turns this into the leg side for a single this time. He moves on to 37 probably, but the scoreboard's stopped. There we go, 120 for 2.
Bernard says Derbyshire will bat until 5:30 today and then declare. Durham will hope to bat out for a draw.
Well, I hope.
Judging by the weather forecast, they'll all be in the pavilion at 5:30.
Yeah, well, yes, ideally if it didn't rain. I think you're absolutely right, Bernard. That's what I would do, but I'm not sure whether Derbyshire would do it. It's certainly getting cloudier. This is one that's turned into the leg side by Godalming, and they will go through for a comfortable single partnership up to 62 now. Godalming to 36, 121 for 2. Yeah, I think you're right. 16 runs in the last 5 overs, including that 4 down the ground from Wayne Madsen. And this time he mistimes a drive.
Bad crack for Sunderland. Dennis Sirkin, the defender, and Ross Stewart, their influential centre forward, are out with grade 3 tears.
Who's that?
Sunderland.
Oh, obviously got grade 3 tears from warming up. That one is pushed out into the offside by Madsen for a single. He moves to 38, 122 for 2.
So they've effectively got one recognised striker now.
Ah, welcome to the club. That's very much Burton's situation. Wichita lineman says that. Did you read this one?
No.
The last time that Durham won a match is closer to the Battle of Waterloo than it is to today. Well, it feels like that anyway, he says.
I think it was in May, wasn't it? In the county championship.
Next delivery is turned into the leg side and fielded there by the short leg Johnny Bushnell on the bounce. 146 for 6 now, Dave. Brace Girdle informs me Leicestershire are, with Ed Barnes playing a few shots, he says, in the usual patronising way that he adopts when his side's about to win a game. Oh, aren't they battling really hard, the Minnows? End of the over, 122 for 2. 205 the lead.
It's a good job that at least for 8 days of the season I can be on air with you, so you can't slag me off without me knowing about it.
No, I'm not trying to slag you off. I may refer to you.
Gibson, 122 for 2, and he's coming in the bowl now to Madsen, who is on 38. Oh, and he was nearly out on 38 as well. Bottom edge onto the back foot there, just missed the off stump.
Yeah, it missed by much, didn't it? It was a fortunate man. Wayne Madsen. Well, Leicestershire only need 352. Pray for Richard Ray.
In comes Gibson. Ball cut down towards wide, third man. Jones has gone to get it. I don't think I've mentioned Jones today. 2 runs.
Day one, he popped up everywhere where the ball
wasn't
went.
he?
Yeah, absolutely everywhere. He's
To
been
the point
made.
where he's not. I've not mentioned him today, and when I looked at number 10 on his back, I had to work out who it was.
He's sort of been in this area most of the day. Yeah, I might mention him a couple of times, but on day one he was everywhere. Clearly he wasn't, because that isn't possible. But
Gibson right arm over to Madsen. That's played up to mid on. No run there. In domestic news, Dave.
your domestic news?
Yeah.
Or? Oh, go on.
Well, the boiler's been off for 3 days.
Yeah, but it's not too bad at this time of year, other than
Yeah.
for showers.
But
and
the
stuff.
plumber's come round. He sorted it out in a minute.
Oh, was he?
So I was fearing the worst. Really.
Yeah, no, there's nothing worse.
Now I'm intrigued as to know how it was so quickly done.
Switched on at the wall.
Well, I was directing things down the phone from 160
Oh,
miles
that-
away, but that
that-
was one of the things I suggested.
Turn it on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This has gone up to mid on, no run there. hit it. That was turn it off and on. That was after hit it with a hammer.
Well, I'd have gone the other way round, but
Yeah.
you know.
But what she did was she hit the on and off switch with the hammer and smashed it. So that's caused a bit of a problem. It's my favourite hammer as well.
My boiler broke down last year,
Gibson bowls. That's wide of off stump.
and there was clearly a leak inside it somewhere because it kept shorting the whole house. So
Yeah.
whenever the central heating came on, the lights went off, which isn't ideal in the middle of winter. I had to have a new boiler.
Well, one of my friends who, Bev, who used to work in the Sun and Echo, she now lives up in the hills around above Huddersfield. And her boiler went off the other day and she was fearing a big bill. And so Gibson comes in, and that's gone through to the keeper. And she put a photograph on last night on Facebook of the circuit board from the boiler, which had been shorted by a slug. And the slug had melted on the circuit board. So,
But that's presumably a slightly less expensive fix than a new boiler. I think I paid about 1,800 quid for a new boiler.
Oh, I bet you're looking at about £3,000 these days.
No.
Well, you would be for our house, but you're just in a flat, aren't you? So
No.
I thought you were in a flat.
3-bedroom terraced house.
Oh.
How very dare you? So very big.
Yeah. We've got a combi boiler, and
Yeah, that's
we
what
had
that's
the
what
loft
mine is.
converted. So
Scott Borthwick's going to bowl. I was just going to ask you if Scott Borthwick would have a bowl, and I wish I'd asked now.
he's had a bit of a
would have maybe looked
problem
really
with his
good.
hand this year. He had a cyst on his hand, which I think needed some sorting out. But he said it actually affected him batting more than bowling, gripping the bat. But I think the theory is,
Well, if he bowls like he's just warmed up, there could be 1 million runs available here because he's just thrown that all the way to the boundary. It's now being retrieved by Drizzell. The first one nearly took his head off. The second one went underneath his feet. Anyway, we'll see how this works out. What could possibly go wrong? I'll be bowling to Billy Godleman first up. His first ball.
Godleman's ready.
His first ball of the match.
Bit of leg spin then. Comes in, and Godleman turns this through mid-wicket for one. I presume combi boilers are all different sizes, aren't they?
Yeah, I think most of the websites that you go on, there's a website where you can go on and you can put in the number of rooms you've got, the number of radiators you've got, and stuff like that, and it tells you what the capacity of your combi boiler needs to be.
Yeah.
And you've also got far more people living in your house than I
there's
have,
five
which
of us.
which makes a difference with showers and all that kind of stuff, washing and
Did you pay what did you say, 1,800?
about 1,800 quid. Yeah.
That included the fitting.
Yeah.
I think you've got a good deal there.
Yeah.
This one's gone off towards the cover boundary for one.
Something like that. Anyway, I can't remember exactly. It's not like me to get a good deal. I usually get fleeced.
Do you listen to Mark Steele's podcast? His weekly podcast.
The one that you can't say
Yeah.
the name of, yes, yeah.
Did you hear it the other day?
Oh.
And they called the plumber. It was so funny. This has gone off to mid-wicket. 1 run. They'd had a problem with the boiler, so they called this plumber out. He arrived. Said he needed to go and check something upstairs. And they said, why? You haven't even looked at the boiler yet. So he looked at the boiler. Then he went outside, came back in, and he said, you're going to get an email in a minute. Just say yes to it, and then I can get on with the job. And this is a quick single to the offside. So they said, well, what's the email going to be? So then the next thing, this email arrives from the company he's working for. And it's £175 call out. And the lad is already telling them that it's going to cost you around about £3,000 for parts. And they're like, you haven't even had a look at the boiler yet. What parts? So Borthwick bowls this one. It's defended by Godleman on a length. So Mark Steele's son then basically has a set-to with his lad in the kitchen and asks him to go outside. And they were then reading some of the customer reviews about this firm. It was absolutely hilarious. Needless to say, they didn't pay any money and didn't get the boiler fixed by then.
No.
Coleman gives himself a bit of room to cut this off towards point. It's stopped by Jones. That's the dot ball in the end of the over from Borthwick. So his first over cost 4 runs.
Purple Rain.
Yeah, you don't want to drink that.
No. It's in my ears now.
That wasn't a bad song, was it?
No, still isn't.
Did somebody else write that for him? Who wrote that?
No, did they? I don't know. You'd have to look
Because
that
Prince
up.
used to write a lot of songs for other people.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Ben Rain's coming back.
In the back of my head, I've got Neil Diamond or something.
It must be very small then. It's about 10 overs, taken 1 for 10. Ben Rain got rid of Lewis Reese, caught by Tom McIntosh for 39. It's going to be bowling to Wayne Madsen from the City end. Just wants a bit of fine tuning to the field.
Prince wrote it.
Made him bowls. Purple was his colour though, wasn't it?
Unless it was a raspberry beret.
Or red Corvette.
Yeah.
That one is turned into the leg side, where it's fielded by Paul Coughlin. 128 for 2.
Do you know what? Sometimes it snows in April, you know.
Is that one of his?
Right.
I've not heard of that one. It does, though. 2 slips for Ben Rain as he bowls to Wayne Madsen, and Madsen pushes this up to mid-off. There's no run. Billy Goldman, 38 from 127. I don't think he's going to even trouble his 244 ball half century. He has equalled his highest score of the season, remarkably. As he waits at the non-strikers, then watching Wayne Madsen face Ben Rain, who's on his way in again now. Over the wicket bowls to Madsen, who gets a leading edge up to mid-off this time, tries to turn it into the leg side, but fails. Does go on a bit though, Purple Rain, in fairness.
Still on, is it?
It's still going on. Yeah. I'm only listening because I've got an update when it finishes.
When Doves Cry, that was a good song.
They were probably listening to Purple Rain. Here comes the rain. Again, this is just a normal coloured rain. It's pushed out into the offside by Wayne Madsen, and there's no run.
When Doves Cry, that was 1984, I think, wasn't it? That year for my birthday, my mum bought me a ghetto blaster. And I used to sit in the back garden doing my homework on a summer's evening. And he's got to do an update. Will he get there in time? Will he get there in time? Oh, he's there. He's made it. Rain bowls. Madsen fends that away rather tentatively, one-handed. Spits up in him a little bit. Yeah, this stereo speaker tape recorder ghetto blastery thing. Used to sit on the back patio doing my homework, listening to Janice Long on Radio 1. Purple Rain, the Smiths. The year Bronski Beat made a name for themselves as well. Like Communards, was it Communards or Bronski Beat? Communards, I think it was. Played away by Madsen off Rain, back up to the bowler's end. Bronski beat then the Communards. Ah, they were the days.
That was a bit, cut that one a bit fine.
Did well there. So what's that button that you
This
whip
one,
up? Yeah, is that linked to me?
That links to that, yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah. Or the other way around, I can't remember.
Yeah.
One or the other. Helps somebody listen to something.
Yeah. Borthwick ready to start his second over from the racecourse end. right arm leg spin. Godalmann's on 38, so isn't this his highest score of the year?
It is very much his highest. Well, equals his highest score. That's his highest score. No, it isn't.
He drags the ball
I
around.
thought he did. I thought he'd smashed that somewhere. It's twice his average. More than twice his average.
Ball pops up and flicked away to short square leg for one.
I
So
don't
that is his
have
highest.
any evidence for this, but I can't imagine that Billy Godalmann's got this far through a season in which he's played just about every game, but he's played every game bar 2 in the Championship, and not got a half century. A couple of years ago, we got 2,000 all-format runs, which is something that even Wayne Madsen's never achieved.
Borthwick in, Madsen cuts at that one. And it's out towards the pavilion boundary. It's stopped right on the ropes by Ben Rain. 2 runs. You remember who Godalmann's 38 was against?
No. No, I can't. I could look it up if I could be bothered.
Borthwick balls. That's driven out towards Rain again by Madsen, this time towards the point boundary. It was a deep extra cover earlier.
If Stephen can remember, he's in the, I think he's in the TV room, and he wants to tell me, that'd be great, but I can't remember it. I'd say Leicestershire, but only because Derbyshire score a lot of runs against Leicestershire normally.
I'll have a look if you want. I feel like I need to know now.
Do you?
Yeah. Borthwick to Godalmann. Pulls this down towards long leg for one. Rain's involved again.
What we can say, it was certainly, no, that's Wayne Madsen, you fool.
In comes the bowler, and this is defended by Madsen. And that is the end of the over.
No.
33 for 2, 260 million.
Stephen's misunderstood Matt. Perhaps
38 against
Oh, there we go.
Middlesex.
Middlesex. Oh, right.
First match.
Was it?
Well, 23 in the first
At
innings,
Lord's.
38 in the second.
Yeah.
And you got a 12 and an 8 against Derbyshire.
Against Derbyshire?
Sorry, against Sussex.
What's the man doing?
12 against Sussex. 8 against Leicestershire.
Bad.
More recently, a 34 against Middlesex. That was in June. And he's got a 40 not out against somebody at the bottom of the list.
Has he?
Yeah,
No, I can't, not this year.
yeah, against somebody called Durham.
Oh, this one.
It's in this current match.
He's never been out for a duck this season, though. If that's anything,
You'll always have that then.
yeah. Also, Ben Rain is going to continue from the City end, round the wicket to the left-handed Billy Godalmann. His high score for the season of 40. Rain bowls to him, turned into the leg side for a single.
He does have 4 half centuries against Durham, including 96 at Chesterfield in 2017. He got a 61 in 2018 and a 66 in 2019 and a 51 in 2020.
I don't know where
And
he
he plays for Bay Cup in Lancashire, in the Lancashire League. Mentioned that earlier, didn't we?
mentioned back up, yeah. Has he got many runs for them?
He's played for Bay Cup in the Lancashire League this year and Kimberley in the Notts Premier League.
Where did he get all this stuff from? Rain bowls to Madsen, who pushes it up to mid-on.
It's all on Cricket Archive because there's so many score systems now, even in the lower leagues. Everything's centralised on a database. So you can click on and search for games he's played in the county championship this year or whatever. Then if you click on the player's name, it brings up all the teams they've played with over all the different years, all the way back through the age groups. So there's a long, long list there.
Bakeup's on there, is it?
Yeah.
Remarkable.
He played for them in the Worsley Cup.
No, that'll be a cup competition. That one's turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen.
So he played for them in the Lancashire League in 2017, and he's played for them in the Lancashire League Worsley Cup this year. Derbyshire Premier League, Alveston and Bolton, 2014 to 2019. Eckington.
Yeah.
Sandy Acre Town. Years ago, Bronsby in the Middlesex Premier League.
They sound sort of Danish, don't they?
Yeah, Bronsby.
134 for 2. Excuse the inane dribble. This one is played straight back by Madsen. Touched by Rain onto the stumps, but Godwin was back in his crease. I meant from both of us, of course, not just anybody in particular. I do go on the cricket archive, but perhaps not as often as I should.
Here's one. Now, I hadn't heard of this place until we were on the canal last week, and it was one of the places we could possibly have got to if we'd gone north first instead of south. A village called Audley, and they play in the North Staffordshire, South Cheshire Premier League.
Yeah. When Madsen waits, that one is driven out into the offside. He didn't really time it though. Straight to a fielder. See, that's interesting, isn't it? Wayne Madsen played for obviously KwaZulu-Natal and the Dolphins in South Africa, Derbyshire, Peshawar, Salmi in the Multan Sultans in the Pakistan Super League, and then Manchester Originals brackets main T20 in 2022, because their records are put in the T20 records, aren't they? Which is nonsense.
It is.
It just sort of corrupts the whole thing.
Yeah.
Madsen gets a bat on this one and turns it behind square on the leg side for a single. Quite understand that, really. There we go.
Yeah, because there's a few times this season where I've noticed the player's highest score's gone up in the T20, and I've deleted what I had written down in my notes, only to discover that it wasn't a T20, it was a 100 game, and therefore is irrelevant when it comes to T20 stats. So why they've clubbed them together, I don't know.
No, wrong. Yeah. Hijacking our stats as well as our game. That was the end of the over, incidentally. 135 for 2. Madsen's pinched the strike. He's on 46. Godman has 41. The partnership's 76, and the lead is 218. You are bang up to date.
Update on the boiler.
Oh, yeah.
He poked a little stick in 2 holes and said that sorted it. Apparently we've had the same problem before.
All right.
Well, I didn't know about that. Borthwick bowling here to Madsen. Ball's gone off out towards the covers for 1.
What you need to ask is which 2 holes and how big a stick, and then you can fix it yourself next time.
No doubt I'll probably electrocute myself in the process.
That would make sense, though, when it save you a couple of quid. You'd have had to pay for a call.
In order to access the 2 holes, you would have taken the cover off the boiler.
Well, there were a couple of screws.
Yeah, but I wouldn't do that.
Why?
I'd just disappear in a flash, probably.
Have you switch it off?
Don't try this at home, people. Goldman defends this one. Lots of dust coming up there as he shuffles around the crease to play at the ball. Southwick in again. Oh, that stayed low. It nearly knocked Goldman over. He had to get right down on top of that one, and he was well off balance as he played at it. Thought he was going to slip over there. He was going to bowl him round his legs. It's looking a bit dusty out there, Dave.
Doesn't it?
I think the spinners should be cashing in here. Borthwick in again. Bowls. That's gone off to square leg. Mr. Watt will be looking at these conditions, no doubt.
It's not a big turner of the ball. What we could do is a big downpour, just to flatten it down a bit.
Get all the dust out the road. It's a bit grey to the south, but we've still got plenty of broken cloud here.
Yeah. We're approaching the difficult period of the day.
Borthwick comes in and bowls. Ball played out towards deep extra cover for one. By Madsen.
Who's that standing at the far end? One of your boys? I think.
It's James Franklin, isn't it? Yeah. Looks like the only gunslinger in town, doesn't he? There he's standing. Draw a Texan. Ball comes in again. And that's played to point. No run there. End of the over. 138-4-2. The lead is 221.
It is. Like the phony war. Great phony war of 1873. Just after the first FA Cup final. Ben Rain's going to continue, I'd imagine. Nobody's doing anything in any kind of a hurry at the moment.
Rain.
Well,
That's yours, isn't it?
it is.
Yeah. Just, there was a slight silence then. I thought, is he picking up here or not? And then I just decided you weren't.
I just got Ash Thorne has sent us
Who?
Ash has sent us a message on Twitter, and it's from the Indy 100. It says Jesus was the first person to ever play cricket.
Yeah.
Experts claim.
Yeah, because Jamie Bowman, who writes for cricket reports for the newspapers around the Lancashire area, he tweeted that earlier and said, umpire, quotes, name please.
Relates to a gospel which was previously unseen and could change the way people talk about the history of the game, apparently. Here comes Ben Rain to Polster Madsen, who defends it up towards him. People throwing balls and he's hitting it, and the catch is that Jesus, when he chases the ball, can run into the sea. He would take the boys to the seashore, and carrying the playing ball and the club, he would go over to the waves, over the waves of the sea, as though he was playing on a frozen surface, hitting the playing ball. Absolute nonsense, but good, very good. I can't get rid of it now. This next delivery is turned into the leg side by Madsen. There's no run. He was drafted by the Northern Lions. You live and learn, says Ash. Yeah, I'm not sure we've learned anything, but absolutely bizarre. $138 for 2. Lead is 221. Game in a bit of a dip at the moment as Rain bowls to Madsen, who whips this one away for 4 runs. That's better. Towards the... Oh, no, it didn't. It was, it was fielded by Nick Maddinson, I think. Was it? No, not Nick Maddinson. He was 58. Sean Dixon. I thought he'd missed that and it had gone off to the boundary.
Yeah, it just seemed to stick in his left hand, didn't it?
Yeah. Oh dear, I've got all sorts of...
You're all over the place.
I am down
what
here
have you
now,
done
yeah.
there?
I don't know. I need to get
You
that
seem
up.
to be attached to some huge umbilical cord which is coming in from the corridor.
Yes, that's the one that leads to the
Is that
stream.
is that how they feed you?
That's how they feed the stream. As Rain is in and bowls to Madsen, who almost edges it through to the keeper. If he'd have walked the other way, I might have said he'd gone. He walked out towards point.
Walk this way.
You've got to stop singing randomly. It's like a slightly less tuneful Tourette's.
That was Run DMC, wasn't it? And,
Aerosmith.
Aerosmith.
Yeah. I think it was Aerosmith first.
Yeah.
And then Run DMC joined with them to make it into a hit record. 2 slips in place now. Rain comes in and bowls, and Madsen guides it down to third man. There is a third man-ish, but he's quite wide, Jones. And that's gone all the way for 4 runs. Borthwick applauds the delivery, and Madsen gets to a half century. 50 from 78 balls.
He's overtaken.
Oh, yeah. And that was his 8th fall. Wayne Madsen. And I'm delighted to tell you that Wayne Madsen has now got to 50 11 times this season. And 3 times he's gone on to make a century.
Highest score this year, 176 against Sussex away.
Indeed. I don't think he'd be troubling that. He'd already got to 1,000 runs before the start of this game in the Championship. Must be gone 1,100 now. Oop. Billy Godleman's pulled away. Not for the first time. As a result, the emergency services are after him. It's like a big police van approaching the Pentagon Island. Borthwick bowls. Godleman goes back into his stumps and pushes it out into the offside. There's no room. Madsen averaging over 64 in first-class cricket this season. And this next delivery is dug out by Billy Godleman, and he'll pick up a single to move to 43.
That's the
243 for 2. Sorry, Matt.
That's the 6th time he's got to a half century against Durham. He's not got to a century against them, though.
Really?
Yeah, his best, 85.
Whatever.
In 2018.
Wow.
Made 74 last year and 76.
He's facing now as Borthwick bowls when he lets that one go outside the off stump.
Game in April last year must have been the draw in Durham. What was the draw in Durham?
I don't even remember that. Oh, no, I have a vague recollection of it. This one is pushed out into the offside. I wasn't there for the Saturday, was I?
Oh, where did you go again?
Wigan.
Who came from the Saturday?
Tim Steer.
Was Saturday the final day, or were you back on the Sunday?
I came back on the Sunday, I think. This one is cut by Madsen of a top edge as much as anything, and it's fielded by Ben Rain, a backward point.
I remember Clive Egan not coming to the Saturday when Durham were playing Warwickshire at home because he had to go and cover Coventry at Huddersfield, and then sat in the car park at Huddersfield for a while as Warwickshire collapsed dramatically on this Saturday night.
Next delivery is swept very fine by Wayne Madsen. That'll go for 4. It does go for 4, and he's now reached 1,100 runs for the season. He's Derbyshire's leading scorer in the county championship. He moves to 56, 147 for 2 at the end of the over. Godleman's got 43. The partnership's 88. And Derbyshire's lead is 230. Yeah, I think I went back on the Sunday. I'm fairly sure I did. They played Wigan, Burton Albion, drew 1 each. No, that was the year before. Can't remember now. It was definitely Wigan, though. Perhaps that was the year before. I can't remember. I know I went to Portsmouth from Birmingham to watch Burton play. Didn't miss much, and it snowed in the afternoon. It was horrible. Horrible. Portsmouth. Ben Rain begins a new over, pushed out to the offside by Billy Godleman. There's no room.
What's this partnership worth, does it say? 88?
88. So Madsen's now on 1,102 runs, I think, for the season. Doesn't quite come up on this database. Now. Here comes Rain. Round the wicket, balls to Godwin, pushes it out to the offside, no run.
Here comes the rain.
It's very dark to the south.
Who was that again? Here comes the rain. Was that the Cult?
I don't know quite what a song called Rain off the. I can't remember which album it was. I remember the black cover. That was written by Alan Lancaster.
Martin Stevenson and the Dainties, they did a song called The Rain.
Here Comes the Rain Again was the Eurythmics.
Yeah. Do you know who's 70 at the weekend?
Now, you know what? I was reading earlier that somebody's playing the Sunderland Fire Station.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's Rain, that one. Turned into the leg side. Dave Stewart, 70. No run.
It's a lovely auditorium. What happened was that the old fire station shut down years ago and was turned into a bar. So the arched doors where the fire engines used to come out now are big picture windows. And then on the back of that, next door to the Empire Theatre, they've built this lovely 600-seat auditorium, or it can get 600 in. But the best bit is this on the balcony, which runs down the sides upstairs there. Really good view up there.
Rain's next delivery. Strikes Godwin on the pad. Big appeal for leg before wicket, and he's gone.
How slowly has Nick Cook's arm taken the
Very,
rise there?
very slowly
That
indeed.
started on Monday morning.
And Billy Godwin will not get his first half century of the season. He is dismissed for 43 off 141 balls. A long old innings from Billy Godwin in which he hit 2 fours and 1 6. And Derbyshire are 147 for 3, leading by 88, leading by 230.
From up here, on the second floor, that looked plumb.
On the second floor from fine leg.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, no, it did. It absolutely did. Yeah. 88 with Wayne Madsen. Just after you'd done one tweet about how well they've been batting, didn't you?
Yeah.
Now you've got to do another one.
I know.
It's a shame you don't get paid per tweet. We'd all be millionaires. Here's Leas Deploy, top scored in the first innings, the South African, with 82.
Well, he's had at least a 50 in his 3 innings against Durham, 82 in the first innings, then he got centuries in both at Chesley Street, so you would fancy there's more runs to be had here.
Can be a slow starter. Good batsman when he gets into full flow, and these two together could actually move the score on quite nicely. The lead's already 230. Yeah. There's still 45 overs to go today. Tea will be at 5.
That is the thing from a Derbyshire point of view. There's an awful lot of time left in this game if you take any worries about the weather out of it. And you can't plan cricket around the weather, really, can you?
You can't. Well, we'd have planned differently yesterday, wouldn't we? Yeah. I know we lost some overs yesterday, but nowhere near as many as everybody was expecting. And again, if you look at the weather in the west isn't too bad. In the south, it looks a little bit dicey.
You know why that is?
But of course, the weather from the south could just skirt round us to the south. Have to wait and see. That's the excitement of the weather. 147 for 3. Leas Deploy, the new batsman. Ben Rain around the wicket, bowls. Chimney plays it straight back to Rain. First delivery, and there's no run. I hope you're going to finish those biscuits off.
Which biscuits? They're yours, those
I
two?
can't eat chocolate biscuits.
Why not?
What would my figure?
Do you know, here's this thing about a chocolate digestive.
Oh, yeah.
The chocolate is on the bottom of the biscuit.
Yes.
Did you know that?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's it, because that's the top of a digestive, isn't it? The one with
bit
all...
that you've just fingered. Yeah.
Well, I've touched it.
Yes.
It's almost 3 o'clock, thankfully. Here is Ben Rain and bowls to Deploy. He wants to get off the mark here with a quick single and does. Just clip that last 30 seconds for the Christmas tape. 148 for 3.
Well, that'd be the Christmas podcast, wouldn't it?
I think so. I think the podcasts are finished for this season now, because they go through the summer, the podcasts that we do, Might do one at the end of the season, who knows? But basically because the interviews at the close of play don't get played on the sports show because we finish too late. But once we get back to 5:30, nominally 5:30 finishes, we can get the brief interviews out before the end of the sports show, which is good.
That's what I've always found a peculiar rule with BBC podcasts, that a certain percentage of what goes in the podcast must have gone on air first.
Yes.
That's the way it used to be.
No, it still is. Yeah, there is a very strange.
I was the first person with a cricket podcast on the BBC dedicated to one particular team. So when Durham won the title in 2008, the podcast launched the following year. And back in those days, I wasn't covering every day of every game and didn't go to many away games. So you were relying on people to get them on the phone or down the line via an ISDN from a colleague or whatever. And then the following year, I was finding it very difficult to get the games, to get interviews, because I was being taken off rota and put on other things. And so basically midway through the second season, we knocked it on the head because I just didn't have the time to devote to it. But I think, without blowing my own trumpet, I was probably a little bit too early with it.
Because way ahead of your time.
I just think in 2009, not many people were probably really aware of what a podcast was.
I'm not sure I'm 100% even now.
There's an awful delay going on here while some pads are being put on.
I thought they were his socks, but they're his pads that are yellow. Can't quite
Just
get
so Johnny Bushnell can get hit with the ball another 10 times in short leg.
The left-handed Leas deploy on strike.
Travaskis into the attack from the racecourse end. This is played away by Deploy. No run there.
I don't know where the right-handed Leas deploys.
So Travaskis has come in to replace Borthwick, who has bowled 4 overs, none for 17. And Deploy comes down the track and tries to drive this one, but he's played it straight back to the bowler.
King of wishful thinking.
Great tune. China Crisis.
That's what I'm listening to now.
I've seen them about 5 or 6 times now. In comes the bowler. That's defended. They're really good because while they're on stage, they're telling you all the stories about the albums and how they recorded them and where and whatnot. And
Go West, the King of wishful thinking.
oh, was it?
Yeah.
Sorry, I've seen them. Yes. Oh, that's gone right through. Might have been off the shoulder of the bat. Gone down towards fine leg one run. But it's a bye. It's a bye. Yeah. Many years ago, Go West were guests on a commercial radio station in the northeast, and
Metro.
yes, and
you can say it now because they don't exist anymore, do they? Do they?
Yeah. And they ran this competition for a fan to win the right for the band to come and play at their house.
Oh, good grief.
And so this girl who absolutely adored them, and her and her mum used to go and watch them all over the place.
Didn't score cricket matches, did she?
No.
Good.
She liked Live Aid, though. This is a single down to Maddinson at mid-on. Yeah, they won the right. So I went to cover it. I was working for a press agency at the time. I went along with the photographer. The house was so small. They're on this council estate in Gateshead. And the only room that was big enough, once they'd removed all the furniture, was the kitchen. So the band played this concert in this family's kitchen. It was really good fun. I mean, what a dream if you're a big fan of a band and they play in your house. Is that gone? It's gone high. This should be out. It's Maddinson underneath it. Good diving catch. I thought he dropped it, but it's his sunglasses that have come off. And, oh my lord, the Deploy has gone for 1. He launched that ball there off Travaskis, but he didn't middle it. He skied it, and it went looping up over Maddinson, who was at mid-off, and he came racing towards the boundary in front of us. Diving catch, sunglasses coming off.
Yeah. You'll be able to tell them all about it if you're quick.
Yeah.
So, 2 quick wickets. The lead's 233. This deploy doesn't look massively pleased with life, and in comes Harry Kame, who got a half-century in the first innings. Kame eventually being dismissed for 78. Spoke to him at the end of day one. Very nice young man. So 233 the lead. Just for a moment, it looked like he really had got hold of that one, but it came off the toe end of the bat.
The new batter for Derbyshire, Harry Kane.
It's the final ball of the Travaskis over. 2 for 58 he's got now, having also dismissed Brooke Guest. Just lost a couple of quick wickets. Derbyshire still in a very handy position. They were 150 for 4. Wayne Madsen, the not-out batsman, he's on 57. They lost Billy Godleman for 43 after he'd added 88 with Madsen for the 3rd wicket. And most recently, Lewis Deploy caught by Nick Maddinson off the toe end of his bat. Ball looped up towards long off. The new batsman is Harry Kame, and he's come out with Derbyshire on 150 for 4, leading by 233. First ball of a new Ben Rain over is guided by Wayne Madsen down to 3rd man for a single. He moves on to 58. Derbyshire 151 for 4. Harry Kame is on strike. It's Love Lamb Week. We had lamb tagine for lunch. Here is Ben Rain then bowling with 3 slips in place to the new batsman Harry Kame, who just turns this into the leg side. And he picks up a single first ball faced. 152 for 4. Well, Durham will now be thinking if they get a couple more quick wickets here. Anuj Dahl next to bat, then Mark Watts, Sam Connors, Ben Aitchison and Nick Potts, not necessarily in that order. It'll be interesting to see where this game is. It is absolutely hosing it down to the south. I think it's fair to say. It certainly looks like it is. Here, we're all right, and we haven't even got the lights on. So they've escaped it. Sean Dixon's come out of slip for Madsen and he's gone into a short mid-wicket. Just the one slip now, and he's at second slip, Scott Borthwick, as Rain is in, and he's, edged it through to the keeper, Wayne Madsen, and another one has gone. And all of a sudden, Derbyshire just wobbling here. Just trying to guide it. He punches his bat, caught by Tom McIntosh. Fairly straightforward catch. Ben Rain has his 3rd wicket, 3 for 19, his figures now. Madsen goes for 58, and Derbyshire are 152 for 5 now, leading by 235. Decent knock from Wayne Madsen, but he did punch his bat as the ball just feathered through to the keeper. 85 deliveries he'd faced, 9 falls. You get a good round of applause. The high scorer of the innings, Lewis Freaks, earlier made 39 and Billy Godleman made 43. Derbyshire 152 for 5. And out to the middle strides Anuj Dahl to join Harry came, Dahl and came in the first innings batted together. Put on 54 for the 6th wicket. That would be quite useful. In fact, when they came together, the lights came on, and it may well be the same here, although it is just brightening up a little bit away to the west. And that really bad weather with the rain absolutely hammering it down is a few miles to the south. It's a good job that, yeah, it's a good job that didn't touch us, because it is really raining heavily down to the south. Here it's sunny.
Looks like the end of the world down there,
Doesn't it just, yeah.
Big mushroom cloud. That's going to be quite high, that.
High what?
The density of the cloud, that's a massive thundercloud.
I think we're going to miss that.
The edge is just in front of us, isn't it?
It certainly is. But behind it, as the lights do come on now, and the sun's shining brightly, pointlessly, that's the lights, not the sun. Ben Rain will bowl to Anuj Dahl. And he's in now and bowls to him, and he defends up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
What did he get? 58?
He did. It's not entirely finely balanced, but Durham have just got themselves back into this, haven't they? Those 3 quick wickets, 147 for 2, became 152 for 5.
They're already chasing more than they scored in their first innings, though, on what will be a 3rd day, 4th day pitch.
That is true.
Breeze is up as well. Look at the
Yeah.
shirts billowing on the players.
But at the moment, touch wood, we're all right. In comes Rain and bowls, and Dahl pushes this one out into the offside. And there's no run. I wouldn't be surprised if they weren't off the field at Trent Bridge, you know. I'm going to have a look. And it's easy, this, isn't it? And they're not off the pitch. And in fact, Leicestershire are 9 down now, 182 for 9. So Nottinghamshire on the brink of a victory that would edge them closer to getting out of the wilderness of the 2nd division.
Can I hear thunder?
No, I think you can hear wind in the effects microphone. That's you. That's you moving your headphones that makes it sound like thunder. That's the way to do it. But do it in the other. Do it in a different.
My head keeps changing shape.
Do that in a different order next time. It'll be bob on. 152 for 5 at the end. I think that was a wicket maiden, wasn't it? I'm only guessing. No, there were 2 singles off the first 2
2
balls.
singles,
Absolute
first 2 balls.
nonsense.
Talking out your mouth again.
Yeah, happens all the time. Happens all the time. Well, we're half an hour away from tea. 3:30 until 3:50 is tea. If Peter's listening back at base, 3:30 is tea. So a very swift 3:30 update would be handy. I'm not sure if he is listening or not. I wouldn't blame him for not listening. They've got cooking on at the moment. You know, it's Love Lamb Week, and that's what we had for lunch.
Did we?
Yeah.
I like lamb.
Lamb tagine.
It's always that's good in the air fryer, lamb.
Yeah, I bet.
Lamb cutlets.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. You pork chops in there?
Yeah. Tell you what amazes me about the pork chops, the amount of stuff in the bottom, the grease afterwards. And you think,
Yeah, it's not good, is it?
No.
No.
Travaskis round the wicket here is bowling to Harry Kane. Trying to get my head around who's out in the middle now. There's just been 2 wickets while I was off doing an update.
It's been remarkable.
Halcyon days. Oh, that's coming towards us now, Dave.
No,
Yeah.
missing us that.
This is defended. There's a massive spillage of rain off the back of a cloud just where the city centre is. That's heading our way.
It's way beyond the city centre. It's going that way. Don't worry, mine.
Well, whoever's down there is going to get dragged. That looks very wet. In comes... Oh, a good bit of spin there from Travaskis. In the keeper's gloves. Travaskis again came forward, defends.
That storm is just sort of breaking up in front of our eyes. Yeah,
Travaskis in again. That's just played towards backward point, no run.
we might get wet. I'm trying to work out which way these clouds are going, but it's very tricky. If that comes, that could be the end of the day.
defended. That does not look good, that, Dave. As they would say in Whitburn, that doesn't look our clever.
Well, it looks better now than it did 3 minutes ago. Because the worst of it's...
That's because most of it's now on the floor.
The worst of it's gone away to the west. Oh, the east, not the west.
Go west, who's saying that?
Pet Shop Boys.
Yeah.
152 for 5. All of a sudden, there's a bit more urgency in the Durham ranks because they need to get moving. Because if they get the remaining wickets, they've half a chance of winning. Whereas before, they couldn't slow it down enough. They'll pay for it. Scott Borthwaite's called for an umbrella. In the changing room as Ben Rain begins a new over from the City end. It's left alone outside the off stump. The first delivery by Anuj Dal to go through to the wicketkeeper Tom McIntosh.
Looks quite dramatic on my picture there, doesn't it?
Isn't it? Beautiful, that might have on him. Yeah. Martin's about to tweet a dramatic picture, everybody.
All the world's a canvas, Dave. All the world's a canvas.
Yeah, tweets are just yesterday's fish and chip paper, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to get on my nerves. I think it's Maddinson who's the designated clapper. He's at mid-wicket as Rain comes in and bowls to Dahl, who defends. I don't think it is. No, it's not Maddinson, it's Jones. He's the culprit.
In the hole.
Yeah. He'll start again in a minute. It's easier to see now that it's gone darker.
There we are. The tweet has landed.
Oh, good. I'll have a look at that tomorrow. One or two people have decided it is going to rain because they're hurtling towards their cars with chairs and all sorts. As Rain is in and bowls to Dahl, who pushes this out into the offside.
From the verb to hurtle. Oh, that lady's coming in to get her washing off the line as well. The blue towel's about to disappear inside.
If we can avoid that little straggly bit of heavy rain, we'll be all right.
The bit that I was looking at earlier has moved round to the right, so it's going to swallow us right up any minute now.
No, it's going to go around the outside.
What, like Malcolm McLaren?
Those Buffalo Girls.
Yeah.
Rain bowls of those.
That is thunder.
Yeah, that's thunder.
Yeah. So I did hear thunder before.
Nick, no, he didn't before. That's thunder, though. Nick Cook's having a look at it as well. He doesn't look mightily happy. Look at him.
He wants to enjoy his retirement in a few weeks' time.
he's figuring he's one among the tallest people out there. The people in the permanent temporary stand, one or two of them are starting to move.
Well, what's the fear sitting in there surrounded by scaffolding?
Have they got the Wellingtons on? Here comes, it's taken a real nasty turn. Here comes Rain and bowls to Dahl, who pushes this up to mid-off. There's no run.
I don't want to worry you, Dave, but there's a guy just arrived in a long black cloak with a big black hat on who looks like the Grim Reaper.
No, it's brightening up now. Look, it's just parting. It's going to part and go round us. It's absolutely remarkable. Might be a few
That's
drops.
what's known as the eye of the storm as we get sucked into the atmosphere. Landing Cleethorpes.
I think Skegness is probably more likely. Tea in 15 minutes. In comes Rain and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Dahl. They're going to scamper through for a quick single. 153 for 5. Dahl off the mark. Lead 236. And Nick Cook, he's constantly looking at those clouds.
What would you, just thinking of the, obviously with, the pub, the vacant third man, it's raining down there, look, they're all getting up. The scampered single, would that be in the train?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah.
I don't think it's raining yet, but they think it's
they're
going
all
to
doing
rain.
a runner.
Yeah, but they're all going to go in the, there's only so many seats under cover. Is there some rain in there? If there is rain in there.
Look at the lack of pace as they all make their way towards the tee hut in the corner.
Well, Nick Cook's having a word with Neil Godrich, who's the head groundsman, and Neil's saying it's all passing, don't worry about it. That was lightning I've just seen as well there.
Nick's saying, can I get under the covers? Here's Travaskis bowling from the racecourse end to who's on strike? Dahl. Playing off towards Dixon at short extra cover. Dixon's got his orangey golden sunglasses on the back of his hat, so it looks like he's looking at us when he's not. This is played off towards the covers as well. There is a safety risk here with people on a wide open field in the middle of a thunderstorm.
I don't think the thunderstorm's anywhere near us at the moment, though.
This one's turned towards short leg. Remember Durham hanging on the final afternoon against Yorkshire a few years back with weather like this encroaching at Chesley Street, and they got themselves out just before the end of the world came. In comes Travaskis, that's played out towards the covers, and literally about 2 or 3 minutes after they left the field, this storm hit.
But look how wide apart now the gap between the two.
There's a massive black thing right above us, though.
Yeah, but that's not raining, is it?
That's a dot ball.
The rain is to the left, the rain is to the right, and right in front of us is almost blue sky.
Does look a lot lighter down to the bottom there, doesn't it?
Remarkable.
Travaskis to Dahl. Dahl plays the ball into the covers, no run. Time is it?
3:18.
So 3:30's tea, isn't it? I think,
Yeah.
did they say?
Hassan Adnan is walking very purposefully towards Nick Cook.
Saying, get ready to run.
I think they're actually checking the light. I think this could be a bit of a get-out clause for the umpires here, because it doesn't look appreciably darker than it has done over the course of the game. I think they'll take them off here for bad light, mainly because there is a bit of thunder and lightning about.
I think from a safety
and take
point
an
of view,
early tee. Yeah, they're going off for bad light and taking an early tee. Which I'm not saying they're taking an early tee, but I would be surprised if they didn't. That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Really, there are storms around and about the county ground here, with Derbyshire on 153 for 5. They lead by 236. Dahl, as you can see, Dahl is on 1 and Kame is also on 1. But the announcement there, as you can see, they're taking tee now. Thank you. So that is an early tee. 153 for 5. They lead by 236. Dahl has 1. Kame has 1. Afternoon session, well, that probably belongs to Durham, with 3 wickets for 20 for Ben Rain, 2 for 58 to Liam Travaskis. They bowled really well, and the covers are going to come on as a precaution as much as anything else, because it isn't currently raining, and if I was in the permanent temporary stand, it would be temporary, because I'd be moving permanently under the cover of the East Midlands demolition stand. We'll be back in 20 minutes, weather permitting, for what will be the evening session, when we'll have 40 overs to bowl before we can all leave. Still got 40 overs to go. I've no idea how. With Derbyshire on 153 for 5, leading by 236. and balls to Reed. In 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 and balls to Reed. and balls to Reed. In 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 and balls to Reed. Sure, but we will get a few.
Mr. Blue Sky.
So you've done it again. It's just not right. It's just not right.
Did I ever tell you I saw them at the Epcot?
You did.
The
You
other
told
side,
me.
the other side of them.
I think you told me yesterday.
Yes, I did. Was it yesterday?
I think it was yesterday. It might have been the day before.
What month is it?
They do all merge into one after a while.
How many overs did we lose?
Your
then?
stories.
15?
We lost 15 overs. We've got 25 to go.
Right.
We will never get them back.
No,
That's it. They've gone.
We've got to the point in the game now where they can't recover any time anymore, because on the final day they can't either.
You can't extend, etc. So yeah, 25 overs, which is around about what, an hour and
4
30,
days.
an hour and 35, an hour and 40 minutes. So we might get finished by 6:30. You never know. At the moment, it's quite a pleasant-looking scene out there, and I would say a dozen or so hardy souls have decided to risk going back in the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground after they'd all scurried away for cover into the East Midlands demolition stand.
I don't like the look of that to the right of us.
No, I don't either.
That's creeping our way.
Certainly is. Although it sort of split and went round the
did.
sides, didn't it?
We got the very edges, didn't we?
Remarkable, really. Remarkable.
Went outside, you could smell it all in the air.
The electricity.
Well,
Absolutely.
the electricity causes the smell because it causes
Well, it does.
a high level of
Yeah, you're
ozone
absolutely right.
and dioxide, some kind of dioxide, isn't it?
Paul Coughlin bowling to Harry Kame, who guides this one down to the slip cordon. We're back up and running. It isn't Ben Rain bowling, despite there we go.
Even if there's barely any lightning, there are still trace amounts of lightning-produced ozone and nitrogen dioxide in the air scattered about during a storm.
Yeah,
And that's what you could smell. It was like being abroad.
very much. Well, it often is in Derby.
Yeah.
With the sunshine and the beaches. Here's Coughlin in bowls to Harry Kame, who turns this into the leg side. They're going to get the first runs of the evening session, a couple of them. They'll move on to 155 for 3, the lead up to 238. Once that lead gets to 300, they might as well pull out. I don't think they will, but...
I think there's lots of places abroad that don't have beaches.
Yes, there are 1 or 2 places, yeah, I think so. Yeah. Well, Austria haven't got many, have they?
No wonder their navy can't go anywhere.
Switzerland. Well, which country was I reading the other day that its highest award is something to do with the navy? In comes Coughlin again. That's wide of the off stump and through to the keeper, allowed to go through by Harry Kame. I can't remember, but it was one of the Central European countries. It might have been in one of the really small ones like Liechtenstein or Luxembourg, but their highest order is a naval award.
Well, there's some big rivers, isn't there, through the centre of Europe?
Oh,
so
yes,
they might be on
very
big
big
rivers.
ones. Yeah, that Rhine's a big one, isn't it? Yeah. Passes through a number of major cities.
Yeah.
2 slips and a gully as Coughlin bowls to Kame, and he clips this nicely into the leg side, out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Drizel is chasing after it, puts a slide, it almost slides past the ball due to the slightly damp outfield. Although they have run a rope around the outside, around the outfield, and that usually does the trick. I have no idea why they do that.
Diffuses the water and makes the droplets smaller so they evaporate quicker.
Evaporate.
Yeah.
It's nonsense, isn't it? But they've all decided it works, so they do it. Harry Kame moves on to 5. Well, you can smell the rope, can't you, as it goes around the field. 157 for 5.
That cloud's getting bigger and closer
And yet the sun is shining brightly.
for the moment.
I didn't say we'd get all 25 in. Kane pushes that one out into the offside, but the forecast for tomorrow has improved, which I'm not sure is a good thing or a bad thing, really. They're expecting some more rain here after 7 o'clock, which won't affect things. And then tomorrow it's a bit hit and miss, very much like it has been throughout the whole match. They went off at Trent Bridge rather brilliantly, with Leicestershire resisting for dear life as Kane whips this one into the leg side. There's a fielder down there, though, at deep backward square leg.
Did you see the photograph that Dave Brayscale tweeted about the cloud formation?
No.
I would have a look at that one if I was you.
I've got him blocked.
Have you?
159 for, no, I haven't, but I just didn't see it. 159. 5 came, moved on. 158 for 5. Kane moves on to 6 and pinches the strike as well. End of the over. 24 to go. Derbyshire's lead is 241. Was it good?
I'll show you it.
Would you? Yeah,
I will.
save me the bother. I'd hate to think he could see that I'd been stalking him on Twitter. Was that the one that was really dark with the lights on? Somebody put, what bad light?
No, it wasn't that one. It was this
I've
one.
got an overdeveloped sense of importance of the lights there. Oh dear, what's that? Oh, he's gone right up in my estimation. Check out Brace Cricket on Twitter. Very good. Yeah. What does it look like?
In comes Travaskis, and that hits Bushnell. Short leg, no run, which is just as well because he hasn't been hit by the ball for at least an hour.
I reckon he was in the changing room when people were throwing things at him. Just to
Catapult.
just to keep him in check.
Keep him right. Travaskis round the wicket from the racecourse end, lofts that one in. It's played out into the covers to Dixon by Kane. Dahl's on 1, Kane's on 6. Leads 2-4-1. In comes the ball again. Oh, slapped to Dixon in the covers, and that is the end of Kane for 6. 158 for 6 now. Partnership ends on 6.
Third wicket for Travaskis.
Now then, 2-4-1 ahead, eh?
Yes, not enough. Well, it probably is actually, but 158 for 6 is not where Derbyshire wanted to be. But they did something similar at Sussex. Well, no, they did something completely the opposite at Sussex with the same result. They went out at Sussex and thought, we'll score some quick runs here. We won't enforce the follow-on, when they should have done. And ended up losing the game because they fell in a big heap. They were 120 for 7 and eventually had to declare overnight and then lost, which wasn't particularly impressive. And now they find themselves 158 for 6 as the tail has been exposed because Mark Watt is walking down the steps, and poor old Watty didn't have a particularly good time in the first innings. He was out for a duck, I'm sure. I can't imagine that he scored any runs. It didn't feel like he had. How many did he make? No, 4-ball duck. It didn't really look like getting close to any of the deliveries that he faced. So he can hit the ball a long way, but he tends not to, for whatever reason. He's a big man, plenty of power. I think it's the hand-eye coordination element that just lets him down a bit on the odd occasion with the bat. He scored plenty of runs in white ball cricket, but it's a different game altogether, isn't it? White ball to this, to proper cricket. The Derbyshire supporters, are they still there? Is anybody there? Yeah, they're still there, but they're all very quiet. In fact, they're all muffled up against the
yeah, they all went
elements
behind the scoreboard on our right-hand side to shelter from the rain. There's a little bit of an overhang from this building where it looks like it should be a parking area underneath the stand.
Yeah, I think they were going to build something in there, but they forgot.
They didn't, yeah. So they were in there when I was outside sniffing the electricity in the sky.
Oh, yeah.
So who's a new batsman, Watt?
Indeed.
What we got going on here then? Here's Travaskis bowling to him. They're crowding the bat. Watt defends the first ball.
A lot rests on Manoj Dahl's shoulders, as it often has this season.
Glasses are coming off. Oh, nearly caught a short leg there, just beyond the grasp of Bushnell. He went down on one knee to his left as the ball flashed past his right hand. 1 run. The sun's nearly gone now, Dave.
Dixon showing everybody the wet patch on his trousers after he slid in there and did a bit of false fielding. Got to be careful of that.
It's just what Durham need after Batgate.
Can't be false fielding. Or whatever it's called. It's called that.
Ball's played back
Yeah.
to...
The shout of catch it there was particularly impressive.
It was, because it never left the ground.
Never left the ground.
You know, if the Watergate building had been called sort of water plantation, do you think
everything would be plantation, yeah.
So we'd now have bat plantation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, if somebody was discovered to be part of a major controversy of stealing gates,
It'll be Gate.
Gate,
Yeah,
wouldn't
it'll be Gate. You do wonder who first put Gate at the end of something. That after Watergate, the first thing that added Gate added to it. They're the ones responsible for this nonsense. Everything is something Gate. It's slightly irritating. So Mark Watt's now going to have to face Paul Coughlin.
One of my friends was living in a little village in Thirsk in Sowerby and heard a noise outside the house one night. Went outside and there was a guy standing in the street with his garden gate over his shoulders and walking off with it. So that could have been Gate.
Could have been. Coughlin around the wicket, bowls to Watt, who almost edges that behind. Did what he could to, but couldn't get near the ball. Yeah, it is a strange one, isn't it? Watergate, and then everything becomes Gate.
I don't know if the gate was being stolen as drunken hijinks or the lad who was nicking it fancied it for his garden or indeed to take it to the local scrapyard.
This next delivery.
Oh.
Defended out into the offside. There's a slip there from Giselle.
Yeah. So there's two of them gone down there.
Dangerous.
Anyway, I said to him, did you shout at this lad when he had your gate? He said, no, I didn't, because I was scared he would take offence.
Oh, all that for that.
No, it's a real story.
That bit's not, though.
It was. That was part of the conversation we had.
No, it wasn't.
It was in the pub. I'm telling you, it was the Crown and Anchor in Sowerby.
It's a short delivery from Coughlin and two more to the total. 161 for 6. It was nearer his own feet than anything else. And Derbyshire's lead goes up to 244. Just wondering if it... Come on. Etymology, there we go. We know it derives from Watergate. This is the first one after it. I'm interested in. Here is Coughlin again. That's a fuller delivery and pushed out to the offside by Mark Watt. And there is no run.
Anything on it?
Well, there's lots on it, but I'm struggling to talk and read at the same time. Trying to see where the first one, as early as September 1974, Viet Gate.
Viet Gate?
Yeah, the proposed pardon of this next one is pushed out into the offside, which was the proposed pardon of the Watergate criminals and Vietnam War draft dodgers. And after that, we got Billy Gate and Briefing Gate and Contra Gate and Diva Gate and Debate Gate and et cetera, et cetera.
And we've got Bill Gates.
Yes, yeah.
Anth says it didn't look very promising, so I left about 20 minutes ago.
Mistake.
Oh, you're out.
Oh, now then, that one's gone up in the air, and what's going to be caught, and what is caught. It spooned up into the air, and Maddinson takes another catch. And Coughlin has his first wicket of the innings, as Mark Watt, who made naught in the first innings, goes for an 8-ball 1. Derbyshire are 161 for 7, leading by 244.
There is a risk here that Derbyshire might be messing this up.
Won't be the first time.
Because Durham might fancy there's plenty enough time
in
the game to
Yeah.
try and bat through and get a win here. Although it's been a long time since they have done that. They've done really what Durham did yesterday after tea, haven't they? The partnerships after the 88 for the third wicket, 3-2-6-3.
Durham in the first innings had one good partnership, and they were 79 for the first wicket, and then pretty much nothing after that.
Leg gully, that catch was taken out. Anyway, Anth says it didn't look very promising, so I left about 20 minutes ago. I got as far as a very nice pub called the Smithfield, where I'm currently enjoying a fine pint of porter. Should I stay or should I go? A tricky one. Don't know which direction that would be in.
No, I don't.
Have you heard of that one?
No. I think this is Ben Aitchison. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. He's quite tall. That's the announcement as well. So Ben Aitchison, I think he's probably a better bet as a batsman than Watt. He's coming after Mark Watt.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. wickets for 14 runs.
Yeah. Since Billy Godalming was looked before, we'll get to Ben Rain.
Durham ended up losing 6 for 27 in the end, didn't they?
Yeah. Paucity of batting. Coghlan on his way in to bowl, and that one is going past the edge of Ben Aitchison's bat. Final ball of the over, good over as well. Apart from the no ball for height, it would have been a maiden, but it wasn't. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 26 now. Paul Coghlan.
53rd to the 61st. 8 overs.
Excellent.
I think.
Once it's written down and out there, that'll be fact. When people look it up in years to come, what was that collapse at Derby? What Martin Emerson says.
Travaskis, left arm round, and this is played to point by Anuj Dal. I haven't written Ben Aitchison in my book yet. I better get him in.
Yeah, write him in.
Messed the B up a little bit there, Dave.
Oh, yeah, like a D, really, isn't it?
This is another dot ball. I'm going to have to put a little line through the middle to try and make it more like a B. I think that's passable.
Well, I know who it is, so I can read it. Yeah.
Yes. It's all right then. Defended this time by Dahl.
Next time I rifle through your notebook,
Yeah.
I'll be able to work out who it is. If indeed I need to. Which I won't.
Travaskis. Dahl pushes the ball to point to Gibson. Short leg is Bushnell. Coghlan's at slip. Keeper with the helmet on, standing up to the stumps. And Rain is at backward square leg. In comes the bowler. That's defended as well. Just rolls on the offside. No run there.
Feel a bit sorry for Anuj Dal. He always bats with the tail, or it seems to.
In comes the bowler. Dahl defends, goes back into his crease and pushes that out into the offside. End of the over. 161, 4-7. Maiden. 5-5. I don't know where we are now.
It's absolutely flying by, isn't it?
Weather-wise and time-wise and all that, I haven't got a clue anymore, have you?
Well, I think we're in Derby.
Are we still meant to be finishing it?
No.
The improbable time of 5 to 6?
No, not with 21 overs
No,
to
what was
go.
it meant to be?
It was supposed to be 5 to 6,
Was
yeah.
it?
It's going to be half past.
Yeah, well, we said half past this morning, didn't we?
Yeah, it might even be later than that,
Yeah.
but we'll have gone off by then.
Miss Emmerdale again.
Paul Coghlan in and bowls, and he tries to edge that one behind as Ben Aitchison, but can't. Doesn't lay any bat on it. To be leaving those on length, really. I know the odd one's kept low, but
Jamie Bowman, the cricket writer from Lancashire, has just tweeted here. This is, we were talking about music from 1993 earlier, weren't we? 35 years ago today, the Pet Shop Boys released their second studio album, Actually.
next one, that's better. Short delivery, and that one, ducks underneath it.
Featuring It's a Sin, What Have I Done to Deserve This, Rent and Heart. My dad had that on CD, and he just moved in
I've got it on
to a
CD.
flat and had a new hi-fi system, and it used to just sound brilliant on the hi-fi system.
Yeah, I've got that one. White, isn't it?
Yeah.
And comes Coghlan again, bowls to Aitchison, who flicks this away down a fine leg for 4 runs. The lead goes up to 248, 165 for 7.
Tell me when it gets to 250.
Oh, well.
They've been touring recently because I think they played the O2 in London in the summer, and then they were one of the headliners one night at Glastonbury as well, which was excellent.
Saw them in Blackpool in the Tower Ballroom years and years and years ago. They're an excellent, excellent show. Next delivery from Coghlan is he pushes it out to point. I'm not sure he meant to push it out to point. You got a 5:30 tonight?
Oh, have I? Yeah,
I don't know. The
text hasn't come to say I have yet, but it'll come in about 10 past.
Okay.
And then
I wasn't sure because you've had a 5:30 on.
Well, they've changed things. They've started doing the 5:30 in the 5:30 news. They also now have bolted on a preview to these evening sports show.
Coghlan bowls. That's left alone by Edgerson to go through to the keeper. That's good.
Lots of things are happening while I'm not there, Dave. I'll turn up in a total state of confusion in November, not knowing what's going on.
And they'll not notice any difference in
No. And then I'll give it a day before somebody says, when does the cricket season start again?
Yeah. 165 for 7. Coghlan in, bowls to Aitchison, who pushes this out into the offside. There's no run. That's the end of the over. Aitchison has 4. Dahl has just 1. And Derbyshire 165 for 7, leading by 248. That's pretty much it. Lost 2 wickets since tea. Harry Kane for 6. Mark Watt for 1. My 5 o'clock is fairly standard, but the 1:30 is a sort of, because it's in the sports news, you sort of feel obliged to give a sort of roundup of what happened a lot earlier, most of which I've already forgotten.
Travaskis, new over from the racecourse end, round the wicket. That's punched away off the back foot by Dahl through the covers for 1. Collected by Jones. That brings it. Aitchison under strike.
I don't think Aitchison will be able to resist this, you know. Slow bowler, but he is turning it, Travaskis, and I don't think that Aitchison will be able to resist. Just a feeling. Hunch. What are your hunches?
Yeah. Travaskis then short leg, Sillyman off, comes in and bowls. Aitchison plays it to point, no run. Goes along the ground.
I didn't mean immediately.
No.
Within this over, he'll go for a big swipe.
Travaskis in again. Oh, it's a leg side full toss, which the batsman's missed. Harry Brook going to play for England tomorrow.
Yes.
2 or 3 years ago, Martin Spate was telling me he was the player he'd been most excited about coaching over the years.
Oh, he's hit him.
Bushels hit again. Oh, it's Borthwick this time, isn't it?
Yeah.
Borthwick's gone in a silly point. Hit him in the shin, I think. Coached him at Sedbergh School. There's a few come through that school who've gone to Yorkshire. We've all got big prospects in the game. Oh, nearly a catch for Borthwick. He just couldn't get across to it. It was slightly behind him. Diving backwards, trying to put his left hand out. The ball just bouncing behind.
Got to catch them.
Borthwick helmet on, towel hanging out the back of his whites. Travaskis in, bowls. That's flighted right up. Met on the bounce, and disappointingly from Aitchison's point of view, not really timed well, and it just
disappointingly from my point of view, he didn't swipe at one.
Yeah, end of the over. A dot ball to finish, and I'm going next door to do an update.
For Radio Wiltshire. Yeah, updates all round at 5 o'clock, of course. Derbyshire 166 for 7. Coghlan to continue. He'll be bowling to Anuj Dahl, who's got 2 from 23. Here comes Coghlan bowling to Anuj Dahl, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. In comes Coghlan over the wicket, bowls to Dahl, who drives very pleasantly out into the offside, and he's going to get a single. Ben Rain does the fielding. Dahl moves to 3. Derbyshire 167 for 7, and that is 250. The lead. Lights are on. Lots of very unpleasant looking clouds around, mainly to the west. And since then, Sally Derbyshire have lost a further 2 wickets. They have increased their lead beyond 250 with Anuj Dahl on 3 and Ben Aitchison on 6. They're 169 for 7. Harry Kane was out for 6 and Mark Watt for just 1. They might have enough already because Durham would have to score more runs than they did in their first innings if they're to win this match. And it all remains weather dependent, of course. Derbyshire 169 for 7, leading by 252. I'm not sure that made any sense at all. But there we go. Can't have everything. Can't have anything, really. As in comes Coghlan again. Bowls. That one is a short delivery. And the ball sails over the head of Ben Aitchison and through to the keeper. No damage done. All sorts of gadgets here. I'd love to know what this one does here. It's got an HDMI lead on the end of it. No idea what it does. It's just a desk covered in wires. I'm not sure how safe it is. Here comes Coghlan again. A couple of balls left in his over. Balls another short delivery wide of the off stump. And he resists the temptation there, Aitchison. Well done to him. In fact, that was the last ball of the over. I was fooled by the scoreboard. 169 for 7. At the end of the 65th over of Derbyshire's innings. 18 overs now remain. The lead is 252. Dahl has 3, Aitchison has 6. They're 169 for 7. At the moment, they're doing a good job of not requiring the decision to be made on if and when they should declare here. They made 306 first time round. Durham making 223. And now they're 169 for 7 as this next delivery goes past the edge of the bat. Takes the edge of the bat, does it? No, not quite. In fact, Travaskis knew that it hadn't. He had his hands on his head because it was close, but it hadn't actually taken the edge. Dahl remained unconcerned, but the wicketkeeper was quite excited. And Travaskis spins himself a catch. In again, round the wicket, bowls to Dahl, who defends back down the pitch. No run. Got a short leg and a slip for Anuj Dahl. They're not quite as attacking as they are when Aitchison is on strike. As Travaskis is in, defended by Dahl once again. 17 overs after this one. Whether we get all of them remains to be seen. The darker clouds are bubbling up, but they're not moving very quickly at the moment. Although it is quite gloomy out there as Travaskis bowls and he jabs the bat down on it, Anuj Dahl, and pushes it out to point. Next delivery. Pushed out into the offside. Drew Walker's been in touch. Good to hear from you, Drew. This next one is cut away by Dahl. Out to the offside and they scamper through for a quick single. Dahl will keep hold of the strike as a result. They move on to 4. Derbyshire 170 for 7. He says he left at tea, had a pint in the smithy, got home expecting no more play. To see on the stream them come out again, looking at tomorrow's weather forecast. I reckon that Derbyshire ought to declare now and make the most of the conditions. Brackets, joking, obviously. Yeah, the forecast for tomorrow is getting slightly better, which is a little bit alarming, I think. Not perhaps necessarily what we'd expected. But we'll wait and see. You know what these forecasts are like. What did Jill call it? One of the brights. Call it. There will be some bright bits. That was this evening. Coghlan inner bowls to Dahl. That one keeps low, but it is wide enough of the off stump for Dahl to leave it alone. 1 for 14 in the current spell, Coghlan, and 1 for 3 for Travaskis. Derbyshire since tea have put on 17 runs in that case. They have, for the loss of 2 wickets. They're not going anywhere at the moment. Coghlan is in again, and that one is pushed out into the offside. Dahl fancies a couple there. He's not going to get them. It's in off the boundary. Comes Travaskis to do the fielding. Dahl moves on to 5, 171 for 7. Here comes Coghlan again, bowling to Aitchison, who's cut in half by one that cuts back at him. He had absolutely no way he was going to play that ball. Good delivery from Paul Coghlan. They're getting slightly excited out there, the Durham players, and probably rightly so. They're still going to have to score 30-odd runs more than they scored in the first innings, in the second innings as things stand, if they're to win this game. This next delivery from Coghlan's a full toss, and it's driven down the ground, and he sticks out a hand and just misses the stumps at the far end of the ball. I don't know how close it would have been. Dahl managed to swing round and get his bat down, but you always fear for the batsman in those instances. Nick Cook's already given 1 run out in this match. Direct hit from Nick Potts, the next batsman in for Derbyshire. Well, 171 for 7. And that one is driven very pleasantly looking by H. Somebody doesn't really time it. Goes up to mid-off. And there's no run. The clouds are moving really, really slowly now. That wind has dropped. Look at the trees, they're all still. Coghlan is in again, and this one is guided off an edge into the ground and fielded by Maddinson at Gully. That's the end of the Coghlan over. 5 overs, 1 for 15 in his spell since tea. 171 for 7. Derbyshire with Dahl on 5. Aitchison on 6.
I would go as far to say, Dave, it's not a good drying day anymore.
No, it's not. No, I think you might be right.
That looks horrible over there, and that is
Well, it does.
swallow us up. It's coming like...
But I don't think it'll be here till gone 6. It's moving really, really, really slowly.
But it'll suck other bits of cloud in and suddenly it'll expand. It's like The Blob. Remember that film, The Blob?
No.
It's like a giant piece of jelly coming down the road to swallow people up. Travaskis bowls to Dahl. That's playing out through the covers for 1.
It's strange because there are all sorts of clouds up there. I mean, there's some strange-looking clouds away to the left, which have already gone past. And there's some of that wispy stuff above the dark clouds. It's really strange.
Here comes... Oh, I thought there was an edge there, and then it popped out the keeper's gloves and then went back in again, but it wasn't an edge. Mervyn Hardy has been on. He says, I hope Durham do win, Martin. I also hope I win the postcode lottery and Sunderland win the Premier League and Cup double. All these things are likely as having a snowdrift on Ayers Rock. We can dream, can't we, he says. Thanks to you and Mr. Fletcher for your entertaining commentary, Mervyn. Hey, we did win the lottery a few weeks ago. You know that People's postcode lottery thing?
Don't do it. Yeah, I know it, but I don't do any lotteries.
Won a full tenner.
Yeah.
Ball from Travaskis there is left alone outside the off stump. Somebody from England won 110 million on the Euro lottery on Friday night. This ball's driven out in towards the covers and stopped by Dixon. I don't know what I'd do with 110 million, Dave, because we've already got the loft converted.
I reckon you're probably able to find something. Get a bigger air fryer.
Yeah. Oh, inside edge onto the front pad there. The air fryer I've got's already quite big. It's a 2-litre jobby. In fact, it's got to be bigger than that. Must be 5 litres, given the size of the drum inside.
Yeah.
172 for 7. Leeds 255. You didn't tell me when I got to 250, did you?
You weren't here.
I wasn't here.
No,
It's my fault.
You
Isn't
weren't
it?
here.
It's always my fault.
Yeah. I would have told you. I think I mentioned it.
Did you?
Yeah. In fact, I think I mentioned it in the update.
Well, the umpires have just had a chat there, and there's that light meter in the hand of Hassan Adnan. It is. He's going to put it on the bales. He's got his light meter out.
No, he's not putting it anywhere.
He's got it out there.
Yeah, he's got it out.
That's its a dictaphone.
There was a joke about a dictaphone, which I'm not going to tell on
Is
there.
there?
Yeah.
I've not heard that one. Ben Rain back into the attack for Durham, who are missing
Returning to goal.
Chris Rushworth was, I believe, a
We
side
bowled
strain.
3 overs this morning. Not many. Rain's bowled 16 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 20. He's in a bowls to Dahl, and that one's turned into the leg side, and Dahl says, I'll just watch from the other end.
His partnership's worth 12 now.
Moves on to 7, 173 for 7.
Oh, look at those clouds bubbling up there.
They are, but they're still not moving.
Looking at through the, what are these things? Binoculars.
They look a lot closer, don't they, through the binoculars?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you can see all the definition, lovely, well, they're not lovely, the dark, fluffy brooding, but then as you get into the middle, it just becomes this vast mass. Angry looking
Clouds
mass.
can brood. In comes this next delivery from Ben Rain, which Aitchison pushes out into the offside. There's no run. He went off to do a bit of gardening then, and then thought he'd better pop his bat back into the behind the crease because the ball was heading that way. Wise move.
Well, they are, I would say, they are big cumulonimbus clouds. Yeah,
Lovely.
from near to the ground to up to 50,000 feet. They can go. Huge thunderstorm clouds.
People think
Bit of stratocumulus over there.
People think the British are obsessed by the weather, but I don't believe it. Rain bowls. That one is one that keeps a little bit low, turning to the leg side by Aitchison.
Stratus is a sort of long, thin, wispy stuff. Your fluffy gear on the corner, stratocumulus. Bit of cirrus up there as well. They look like... There's guided clouds there, Dave.
All I can hear is nah. That's all I can hear.
Yeah. Is it 1993 again?
It's unbelievable. There are some clouds. Some of them are dark, and it's probably going to rain at some point. I think that's
it down.
that's essentially what we're saying here. I'm in my shorts.
It's the end of the world as we know it.
And Ben Rain is in and bowls to Aitchison, who pushes this one out into the offside. There's no run. I mean, listen to the weather forecast. They've no idea where the rain's going to hit. I have no idea how Martin Emerson thinks he does.
Because it's just drifting and drifting towards us.
Very, very slowly. We'll be finished by the time they get. We've only got 14 hours to go. I'll be more concerned about walking around to do the interview.
What time is it? 16 minutes past 5. I've just had the text for the 5:30.
Excellent. This one's pushed out to the outside by Aitchison. There's no run. Well, the cricket's the number one item on the sports news tonight, so you may not get back before I do that, or you may come back halfway through it. But that's the excitement of live radio. Because if they're late going to the 5:30,
Yeah.
probably Williams now. 173 for 7. Aitchison on 6. Rain bowls to him, and he clips it slightly aerial into the leg side for a single. And he's going to pinch the strike as well, which I'm not sure is entirely sensible. He moves on to 7, joins Dahl on 7, in fact, 174 for 7. Derbyshire leading by 257.
pound has apparently fallen to its lowest level against the dollar since 1985. It's a good job we don't buy oil in dollars, isn't it? Oh, hang on a minute.
Yes. Good to see the world's confident in us.
How many overs they got tonight? 14. Brackets in theory, closed brackets.
Why were they in theory?
Because I don't think we'll get them all in. Oh, that was in the air for a bit, and it's stopped by Drizel diving across his left at mid-off. 1 run to Aitchison. There is the tiniest bit of breeze. If you look on the roof of the hotel,
Yeah.
you just see
Yes,
that
the
vent.
that wispy air, yeah. That wispy, whatever it is. Yeah. Won't be smoke, will it?
We're not due a new pub, are we?
Steve.
Travaskis to Dahl, racecourse end. Dahl flicks that to square leg, no run.
I do like the idea of all the cardinals from around the world staying at the Travelodge at Derbyshire Cricket Club, though. That is quite impressive, isn't it? The few cutbacks in
Especially
the
with the low ceilings in there, they'll have to take their hats off.
few cutbacks the Catholic churches had to make.
Travaskis to Dahl. This has gone to point, no run. 14 this partnership now from 52 balls. Round the wicket comes Travaskis. Dahl gets the bat on that a little bit late and plays it off to point, no run. Comes in again and bowls. It's gone out through the covers for 1 for Dahl. The ball left of the over to come. Here it is. Flicked away by Aitchison out through mid-wicket. You might get 2 here. Maddinson comes running round from mid-on to mid-off to face this one, to save it and field it and throw it back in.
What's he done?
He's saved it, he's fielded it, he's done everything. All kinds of just rambleness out of my
From the verb to
daft
save.
head. Yeah. 13 overs to go.
It's that time of the day, I'm afraid.
Oh, the cogs aren't even turning anymore now.
Well, the game's not going anywhere, is it, at the moment?
No. Neither's my sanity.
What are the lighter, fluffy clouds that are forming in front of the really dark stuff over there? Then that looks unpleasant. Looks like the jaws of the storm, doesn't it? There, its teeth.
Teeth,
oh, dear.
They do look like giant teeth.
They do. That's a bit of a worry. Clouds that look like teeth, everybody. That's what we've got now. Here goes Ben Rain.
The umpire sees them.
You won't like it. Rain bowls to Dahl, who gets an inside edge onto pad. Ball dribbles out into the offside. There's no run, unsurprisingly.
I've got this new phone, I don't know how to, new watch, I don't know how to work it. I've suddenly put the stopwatch on, I don't know how I did that.
You get your phone calls on there as well.
You can do, apparently. It says my phone's connected.
Oh, lovely.
Where's the time?
Want to watch?
Yeah.
Please. You can't go time on a watch. Dahl guides this one down a backward point for a single. He moves to 9.
So find my phone? I didn't know it had that. I really don't know where the clock's gone.
Does it normally have a clock
It
on
offers assistance. I need some. Where's it gone?
Oh, press the help button.
Oh, there.
Have you got it?
It's 22 minutes past 5.
Lovely. Same time as it tells us on our laptops.
Yeah.
His brain. Ball into Aitchison, who goes back into his crease and pushes it out into the offside. There'll be a shot that stumps from Travaskis that misses.
I don't know about you, but my wrist's not big enough to wear a laptop.
And I haven't won a watch for years
You
either.
know?
No, it just moved to 11.
Look at this.
180 for 7. What?
Met Office forecast here, thunderstorms moving northeast. Look at the band of red there from Stoke-on-Trent all the way down to Birmingham, drifting in our direction.
Fortunately, we've only got 12 overs to go, and it's drifting very slowly. They'll get it covered in time, I'm sure. As rain is in and balls to Darlow. He strikes him amidship, so he's down. He can't get up. Oh dear.
He tried to get up
He
twice.
did, didn't he? He did. It was like one of those punch-drunk boxers.
Yeah.
Although it's got nothing to do with being punched.
No, feels like a punch.
Oh, he's down, and he's not getting up anytime soon. Ben Aitchison's going to have a word with him, presumably, and a chuckle at him, because that seems to be what happens when people get hit there. The Durham players are basically just looking at him. And out comes Nafi's Sheikh with a towel and a drink. That should do
bag of frozen peas.
should do the trick. Oh dear. Go on, Nafi.
Scott Borthwick's just asked if he's all right.
Here comes the physio as well. I'm not sure what he can do.
You're not a magician.
I hope he's warmed his hands. That's all I can say. My lad got hit in the box earlier this year. He sent me a photograph of it. It's absolutely destroyed. It's still on the kitchen table.
What, the box is?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, just split.
Yeah.
Very unpleasant.
So do you use it like a poppadom now to
Yeah,
scoop curry
if
up?
I still smoked, I'd use it as an ashtray. But I don't.
Umpires are looking at this sky again.
Still.
Dahl's still down on his honkers.
Well, they haven't got back on at Trent Bridge. You do wonder whether that might be it for the day. If that's Trent Bridge is in that direction, with Leicestershire on 251 for 9, they need another 248 to win. But
Keaton Jennings tells a story of a game his dad played in Ray. They came back on the final day of a match, wanting 1 wicket and never got it.
Yeah, it happens, doesn't it? Yeah. It happens. I mean, if they have to bat all day tomorrow, I think Leicestershire have had it, but they're off for rain as well in Cardiff again. Dahl's just wiping himself down. In fact, the physiotherapist, all he did was hold his bat, which is probably what Anna's asked him to do. Glamorgan 230 for 7, trailing by 224 against Worcestershire.
Leicestershire appear to be absolutely marooned at the bottom of the table.
They've had it.
They host Durham next week. Traffic's building up on the Hilton Bridge on the A19.
On the what?
Hilton Bridge.
All right. Next delivery is, he just gets his bat down on that one, Anna's Dahl. It kept a bit low again. Large van is leaving. No idea why that's been out. Is it the cleaning company that tidies everywhere up? In comes rain again outside the off stump, allowed to go through to the keeper by Dahl. It's the end of the over. So 12 to go. 180 for 7. Derbyshire lead by 263. Dahl has 9. Aitchison has 11.
Here comes the rain again. Umpire's coming out with his light meter once more.
It's gloomy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very gloomy out there.
Get him off.
A lone clapper. There aren't many people inside the ground anymore, which is unsurprising, really, given that it didn't look like we would get back on, but we did.
Travaskis bowling. Aitchison plays it safely along the ground on the offside. Borthwick's in there. Silly. What do you see? Silly mid on? Where would you say? Silly mid off.
I'd say silly mid off. He's in front of the bat, isn't he?
Yeah.
No, there's two of them out
there.
there.
Now two of them in there.
Two silly mid offs.
So Bushnell's come round that side to get hit by the ball. Having been hit at short leg so many times. Crowd in the back they are. Travaskis, left arm round. Aitchison cuts hard. That's
Shot.
4 runs. Nice shot. He's put that past the 2 close infielders, and he's put it beyond backward point and point for 4.
Nice shot. Hitchison's batting nicely here.
And they're starting to get a hunch that this is too far south. Barry says a sizable lead, I suspect.
Well, well,
Yeah.
decent.
267 now. With that 4. Travaskis in again. Aitchison forward to
Hello.
the ball. Bit of purpose there. He plays it up to Maddinson at mid-on, no run.
Not sure I approve of that necessarily.
I can see a stumping coming if he continues doing that. Travaskis once more. Ball's defended on a length. Ball rolls out to the leg side. Just 1 wicket across. Travaskis goes to retrieve the ball.
Girls on film.
And then 2 minutes later, they're back on film again.
Well,
Wasn't that the song?
Oh, I
Girls
don't
on
know.
film 2 minutes later. Was that not the lyrics?
I don't know. I recognise the
Square
song.
leg, 1 run. Yeah, that must have been fun being Duran Duran travelling around the world making those videos.
Yeah. Also.
Travaskis to Dahl. Oh, that pops. That really pops. Dahl stepped away to give himself room to try and cut that one, and it came up past his chin. End of the over. 185 for 7. The lead 268. 11 overs to go today. If we can get them in. If not, then there won't be.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, the umpires are conferring. I think they're taking them off here, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, off we go.
I think that'll be that.
I do too.
I think that's your allotment, ladies and gentlemen.
5:30. They go off for bad light. With Derbyshire on 185 for 7. And Dahl has 9. And Ben Aitchison batting nicely. He's got 16. The partnership's worth 24. And the lead is 268. But whether we get back on or not is a moot point, or as Joey out of Friends would say, a moo point. It's a point made by cows. We'll be back if there is any further play. Do keep an eye on the BBC Sport website and app. Keep an ear out as well, just in case we do come back. If we don't, we'll see you in the morning. If we do, we'll speak to you shortly.